saying that, and he thought he was being cute. And let me tell you something. I don't know if it was the clothes I was wearing. I don't know if it's just the momentum he picked up as he swung that arm around and popped me in the ass, but he popped me in the ass hard. Like, it stung and it burned, and I'd had a really rough day, and I turned around and I just started swinging, okay, because I was hurt and I was gonna swing. And I'll have you know that man put his hand on my head and held me back while I just completely, you know, don't throw me in the ass anymore. You're not allowed to touch my ass. And he laughed the whole time. And it just made me madder. It just made me madder. There's a big difference in that kind of
that's totally
relationship banter. And
that's right. That's
I'm decking some bitch in the jaw because she looked off to me. There's a difference.
There is a difference, yeah. There's a difference between that and maybe not getting what you want in a relationship and, you know, and thinking, hey, the way I'm going to handle it is, you know, I'm going to use my woman powers and beat up a man.
But can we say that a man has the ability to not really be hurt by a woman hitting him?
I kind of think that's bullshit.
I think some women absolutely can. Like, I think there are definitely some women
some men actually die at the hands of a woman.
This is true. There's probably a lot of men that die at the hands of women.
My brother had a girlfriend who apparently was a little bit of a scrapper, and he said they were in a bar one day, and people that didn't know, a woman hit some guy. So his girlfriend said, you know, you really shouldn't do that because he can't hit back. And she said something smart to her brother's girlfriend. He said my brother's girlfriend hit her so hard, she like slapped up against the wall and like just slid down the wall. Like she could, so yeah, women can hurt men for sure.
Yes, but I don't think in the context.
In your case, it was actually a little funny. In that case,
Oh my God.
you're on domestic violence.
It makes it so much worse when you're
Yeah,
mad
she's
and
a
you
black
want
man
to
too.
hurt.
That is insane. Like,
Wait, what?
the boyfriend's black. The boyfriend was black.
Oh,
So
Bemis?
all she needed was a whip. All she needed was a whip to be a slave.
Seneca?
Yeah, that's what I told her in back out today.
Oh my
I think she
God.
has built up aggression because that man has yet to divorce his wife, and she likes to believe that they are a we, not an I.
They're divorced. He and the
They're
ex are
divorced, but
divorced.
they're in
She
a
told me
different
they
state.
weren't.
No, they are
Okay.
divorced. Yeah, they are.
Well, he still won't marry her, so maybe that's what pisses her off.
He's not gonna marry a slave master. Is he cray cray?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Tip's your story. I mean, you know, I get it. He didn't mean to hurt you, but he hit you hard, so you swung at him, but he probably didn't.
I repeatedly swung at him. I was pounding on his chest. As much as I could make contact with him holding me back, but I was bad. I was so bad.
Like a little T-Rex.
I wanted him to say ow, and he just laughed at me, and that just made it worse. It made me more violent. Don't laugh. It's not funny.
He was the
Put a handprint on my ass.
Look,
He was probably
guys are
trying to
much
get
stronger than
us.
women, and I don't believe just because a woman hits a guy that a guy has a right to like knock her out. But at the same time, I don't think women. In your case, is different, Tips. That was something different, but women shouldn't put their hands on men because it's just like I said, they can't hit back. And I know women who I know another one who like would hit the boyfriend with a phone like over the head, you know. So I know
will
a lot
tell you.
of some crazy shit.
In all seriousness, as a woman, and I mean, I taught my daughter this. I've taught my boys, we don't hit women. You don't hit women. You are much stronger than them. But I also taught my daughter, you don't hit men because you know what? When you hit a man, you step into a man's shoes, and you don't know what man is going to choose to hit you back. And if he chooses to hit you back, he's going to hurt you. He's going to hurt you. You know.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a way a woman would hit, and I'm hitting back, bro. Oh God, no.
See?
I'm
I told my daughter, you don't hit men.
all the way back, like, and I'm not stopping.
What do you mean
It's
you're
gonna
not
take a lot.
stopping?
Oh, I'm not stopping.
Then I got.
To the pulp. If she took a phone to my head, I'm beating her to the pulp. Don't you dare.
Okay, there's a
Don't try.
difference between defense and then.
Yeah, legally as well.
Right.
Yeah. Because when you hit me on the head, that's defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, if she hits you, if she punches the shit out of you, I feel like a blowback is debatable.
Oh, it's not
But
gonna
like
be an equal blow.
going further than that, I think is where the line is
Of
for.
course, and legally, you can put yourself to that, absolutely.
Right, that's not you defending yourself, that's
Right.
you
Oh,
harming them.
that's where the line is. Okay. That's
No,
No,
I'm
but
saying
legally, Seneca, if she hit you with a headphone and you beat her to a pulp, you would absolutely be in jail.
Right.
I would. Dang.
Yes.
So if she hits me over the head with the phone.
Right.
You're not defending yourself beating her to a
You can
pulp.
claim domestic violence. You can claim assault if she hits you.
But she
You
won't
can
be in
claim
jail.
self-defense if you are
I don't
like
wanna
hitting her off
I
of
wanna
you.
hit her 10 times.
I'm just saying,
That's
I'm
not-
just saying,
that's not
like, there's a
self-defense.
difference between self-defense for someone assaulting you, and then you then also assaulting them to the point of possible death or severe
Well,
injury.
my self-defense is assaulting them to the point of possible death.
Okay, I'm just informing you of self-defense.
Yeah. If somebody in the street pushes you,
Stop talking. Stop talking.
yeah, if somebody on the street
Incriminating yourself.
Yeah, if somebody pushes you on the street, you take a cinder block and smack them over the head, guess what? You're gonna be in big fucking trouble.
Right.
If someone pushes me on the street, I'm gonna ask them, why did you push me on the street? If a woman takes a phone to my head because she thinks I'm not gonna hit her back, oh, she's in a world of
This
trouble.
sounds very personal.
Yikes. Yeah.
Very
This is like
specific.
journal worthy. Like, is this in your diary?
This sounds very personal and very specific.
Have you been hit by a woman before, Seneca?
But with a phone.
Actually, yes, I have, but you know what? I did not hit back, and
Yeah.
really, it's because like I had compassion. You know, I just cut her off. I knew she wasn't gonna do shit. I just cut her off. I got a protection order against her. Blah blah blah. Verse. If she took a phone to my head that day, oh, she probably would have been almost dead or crippled. I'm like twice her size. I'm a big dude. I do push-ups every morning. I'm really muscular.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't hear that.
Of course, I would say I agree with you.
Yeah, so if any women are thinking, oh, it's cool if I just, I mean, Serendipity's case is different, that they're married, that they're doing things and just tapping each other's butt, that's different. Okay, she had a bad day.
No, I don't think Bima's story was funny at all, personally.
Exactly. The fact that we laugh about it because it's a woman is insane.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I would beat her to the pulp, blood and everything.
Well, her story made me think of my story when I went after my husband, and I was like, oh yeah, I
But
remember
that is
that.
not the same thing.
Smacking my ass so hard.
That is
What
not the
did
same
Bima
thing.
say? What did Bima say?
That she got upset. She was upset in her relationship. She wasn't getting what she wanted. She said, you know, I'm not going to leave the relationship. I'm going to hit and hit and hit and hit. And it went on and on and on and on and on. And hit him here. She hit him here. And she would not stop. Why? Because she thought she would not get hit back. Man, I would knock her into Gibraltar, then pull her back like Mortal Kombat, get over here, and then knock her into Mars.
I'm laughing because of Mortal Kombat, but that's not funny either.
No, it was funny when she said it. She was laughing. Oh, so
Well, I
it's
wouldn't
funny
laugh.
when
Yeah, but this is a different context right now, bro.
Oh, no.
We're different now. Back here, I didn't hear the story.
Domestic violence is funny. That's what I would.
No, I mean, oh, no. I know about that.
No,
Is that what you heard?
that's what I heard. Domestic violence is
That's,
funny.
see, I didn't take it like that.
She was laughing.
I took it as her being in that same kind of like just emotional spot that I was at. I was just like, I mean, obviously, I would never really want to hurt my husband. I reacted.
You didn't hurt him, yeah.
I reacted, but I mean, I made contact.
But it's different. He made contact with you and you just kind of got annoyed and hit him back. She was laughing when she said it. She was telling it like it was a funny story. Like, I just got so mad I started pounding on this guy. That's the way she told it. It was a little disturbing.
Because that was an option in the poll. When you're hanging on, when something hurts, does it hurt more to hang on to it, to let it go, Or to punch someone. That was the option in the poll.
Maybe, but
Yeah,
that's what
that's
led
my
to-
option. I can call the police and say she is hitting me. I can walk away from the relationship, or I can beat her to the
Yeah,
pole.
maybe
That was an
the
option in the poll. So I'll choose as a man to beat her to the pole because that's an option in the poll.
Okay. It's disturbing hearing you say that.
Yeah, it's actually disturbing.
No, it's not. It wasn't disturbing when she said.
I
She's
said
the
it
slave
was.
master.
I didn't laugh.
What
when
are
you
you
said
doing,
that. I
Psycho?
didn't
What
laugh
are you
at
doing?
it.
I'm just saying we should
There's
normalize
Bima.
the laugh.
Put your ears
The
there.
thing is, what you're saying is also very moving. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't laugh at it, and I don't think most people in the room did laugh at it, to be honest with you.
I laughed at it because it made me think of my story.
I got it, Sarah.
Yeah, but your story is not the same. You know, that's
me?
Yes.
hell yeah.
Yes, they are.
Hell yeah.
That's so funny. I think Seneca, first of all, I think you came in late, and I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that you came in late. But serendipity, you were there the entire time. When I told that story, you were from the beginning. Is that what you got from what Seneca is saying? Is that what you got from what I? No, I equated it to a story where I kind of did the same thing to my husband because he slapped me in the ass really hard and it hurt, and I reacted. No, I just think that it's so interesting saying, oh, I think that it's funny that you laughed psychotically and all this other thing. First of all, it was not like that at all, okay? And the only reason that I'm doing this is obviously to defend myself because now you're running your mouth with all these other people, which is just that psychotic, okay? So, okay, listen, hold on, no, listen. First of all, the story that I said, and it's so funny because I prefaced this before Seneca came in the room. I said this before I said that story. I said that it's so funny, I'm going to be vulnerable, and I'm going to give you a very sensitive part of my life. Did I not say that? Did I say that it's so difficult because you want to share things, but sometimes people want to say, and they're going to take things and they're going to misconstrue, and that's exactly what Seneca did. So I just want to first validate that that's absolutely true. If people aren't there to get the whole story and truly understand the full context of whatever is going to happen, people like Seneca are going to take these bits and they're going to run around and pretend like you're psychotic and all these other things. I've never hit any person ever in my entire life, ever, not once, okay? Hold on, listen, I don't give a shit what you think, okay? Because at this point, like, you're just, I don't even know what to think. I'm just, no, I'm gonna take a breath. I think that it doesn't matter what you think. All I know is my truth. And what my truth is that I'm madly and have always been madly in love with one man, okay? Just one
That's
man.
love, hitting a man like that.
And don't try to take my story and weaponize it, or I mean, like, you can if you want to, and then obviously be more careful. Okay, that's fine, and you could do that, and you absolutely, you get to do whatever you want to do, and then I just have to make sure that when I move and I tell my stories, I know who to tell them around and who not to, because people are going to either be honest or not honest. So my story is that I've been with, no, that's just the truth. I've been with a man who I've been madly in love with, begging for whatever, just to have a life with me for 8 years. And what was it? The poll was, is it sometimes easier, is it easier to let go or to hold on? And I've been in a position, getting later on in my years of life, as a woman, losing my time and, the biological clock ticking. Do I stay with the man that I'm madly in love with and risk never being able to have the things that I want to have with this man, a child and a life? Do I hold on and I let the pain just kill me for the rest of my life, having to constantly look back on that? Or do I let him go? And do I leave him and say, okay, I'm done? The point was at that point, this story that I gave was a moment of me in a whirlwind of a power and a buildup of 7 to 8, because it was last year, of 7 years
okay, of the pain of fighting for a family with a man, and to sit there and yes, I lost it. It wasn't domestic violence, like I was wanting to hit him and abuse him, and this is like it, no, it wasn't. It was a woman who was physically and cellularly being killed internally. I was dying.
So you're
last year, hold on. You could say that all you want, Seneca. Like, I don't listen. You could say that all. I don't care what you have to say. I don't respect anything you have to say on this topic, and you and I both know why. Okay, but the idea is that cellularly, I was dying. I have been dying inside. No, listen. You could say that all you want, and you could laugh about it. Like, I don't care what you have to say. But I was in such a sick place last year that my body, I was shutting down, and I've been absolutely sick. I was not, there's other things that I'd like to be honest and share, but I obviously, you both are not able to, many
So why did
people.
you just leave the relationship?
And that was the whole point of the poll, Seneca. Is it harder, is it easier to fucking let go or to hold on? That was the whole point of it. And then the third option was to punch somebody. And that was my point. It's not easier to let go, and it's not easier to hold on. They were both the same, and I didn't know what to do. And in a moment of passion, in a moment of pain, just being caught up in a pain and thinking that it's some that's how I ended up reacting. Okay, I wasn't proud of it. I don't go around and talk about it and think that it's funny. Okay, you fucking bitch. You're a fucking asshole, Seneca.
You're being an asshole now.
Fuck you, MK. Fuck you. This guy's over here running his fucking mouth about some shit he doesn't know. A moment that it was actually very vulnerable, but fuck you. I don't give a shit.
Give me a second. Mark, shut the fuck up. Stay the fuck out of it.
Like I said in the chat, I imagine an emotional outburst of a woman. I mean, how many times? Just think. How many times can you imagine this? Do you see it in movies? Do you see it with people that are going through something intense?
Where men get killed.
An emotional moment of a woman pounding on her partner's chest and frustrating him because she doesn't know what to do. And he's embracing her. He's hugging her. He's letting her do it to work out her frustration. Not like she's clocking him in the jaw, like bam, 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 we're gonna knock you out. Not like this abusive outrage, but like just this complete and total source of frustration and him letting her work it out. Like,
So
I guarantee you, if you asked Bima's partner if she ever hit him or abused him, he would categorically say no.
You guarantee that?
I guarantee
You were there?
I guarantee it.
You were there? Because you wouldn't
I
offend
just-
a woman.
I just know Bima.
That's funny. I was gonna say that same exact thing. Because also he knew. He understood what's been going on because do you know what? He didn't react in a way that was angry and violent back. Do you know how he reacted? Embracing me, telling how it's gonna change. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna be better. It's not gonna be like this forever. And then I sat there and I cried and blah 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 blah. But go ahead and this is just a great testament. You have to be careful who you tell your stories around. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, don't be a man and tell me about it.
Deflect.
And you're a white woman.
What does it have to do with being black or white? What's wrong with you? What does it have to do with being black or white?
Because we have a history of slavery in our country, that's why.
Oh my God, you're fucking okay. That's crazy.
Only a woman can get away with such.
Exactly. You imagine saying, no, it was a moment of passion and I just wanted to be embraced as a man.
It happens all the time.
I love you.
Sorry,
Clearly, you don't understand the dynamic of love. Not being in love, I can understand.
You're fucking delusional if you think that's love.
Why weren't you frustrated with him? I didn't get to hear the story, so I'm only
I
getting
hope
to-
you're never in that position, Sam.
I would never be, because I would walk away. I wouldn't hit somebody.
Seneca, you're
Because I'm not getting my way.
How's everyone doing? They coming at bad time?
So simple. Simple-minded men will say simple things.
Serendipity, I'm gonna message you later. I just wanted to find out about that thing you researched. for me.
Okay, yeah.
In your opinion, I think.
Yeah.
So,
If you could too, because there were basically like 3 categories that I found. If you could send me the name of which one she's on, I'll
I'll
let
actually
you
put it in
know.
the chat in a minute. I'll put it in the chat in a minute, actually.
Okay.
What a morning. Well, now, serendipity.
So, we still, talking about domestic violence, or do you want to just chill?
Yeah, real quick. Just a quick little story. One of my buddies got charged with domestic violence, and I went to go to his court hearing, and I knew that the woman that was filing charges against him also had a history of accusing other men of either harassment, sexual assault, or domestic violence, right? So when I went to court, I thought they were gonna bring up her history, but they didn't. That would have helped him, but anyway, he lost the case.
Just because you've fabricated stuff in the past does not mean that something horrific can't happen to you in the future. And you can laugh at me all you want, Seneca.
No, I
I'm not
just think you should
excusing. I'm not excusing.
at all costs.
I'm not
No matter what
excusing.
she does.
And that is true for a man
Even if
or
she
a
kills a
woman.
man, you protect her.
No, because that's murder.
No, it's not murder when she does it.
Okay. Are you just a whataboutism all
Yeah.
day? Do you want me to just hold your hand? And I will hold your hand and tell you
The length
your
to which you
experiences are
defend
valid and
domestic
true,
violence
and that's.
from a woman is disgusting.
It is disgusting, ain't it?
I'm sorry.
You want me
What
to
did you
repeat
say?
it? I said the
Yes, I
length
would
to
like for
which
you to repeat it.
you defend domestic violence from a woman is disgusting.
How am I?
You want me to say it again?
Yes, I would like for you to
The
say it
length
again, and I would like
to
for
which
you to expound
defend
on that.
domestic violence from
And
a
expound
woman
on
is
it.
disgusting.
Continue. And continue. Expound.
Yeah, I said it.
No, expound on that. You also said 10 minutes ago that you would beat a woman
To the pulp.
pulp.
To the
You would kill a woman
To the
if he hit
pulp.
you.
If she
Kill.
ever
You
did
said
something
kill.
I wish
You,
you would.
sir,
I
would
wish
say,
you
you admitted that you would murder a woman.
I said it.
A murder a woman.
You want me to say it?
Hello?
I would beat her to the pulp.
Hello?
You took the phone to my head.
Okay? You said you would
Don't
murder
try
her.
Jesus. Try me.
Murder. A woman.
Murder, but I did hear him say beat her to a pulp.
I would beat her to the pulp. I'll say it again.
Beat
You
her
want me
to
to say
the
it
pulp.
again?
Equivoca. You murder. Hello?
Nobody should laugh about a woman beating up a man in domestic violence.
Nobody's laughing about anyone already laughing.
And now you're saying to a
The
woman.
fuck? Now
Coulda,
you
woulda,
would
what they did.
murder a woman.
Coulda, woulda, what they did.
You would beat her to the pulp. That means you would kill her or leave her so
I would
disfigured
beat her
that
to
you
the
could
pulp.
not
Yes,
live a
ma'am.
normal life.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on a minute. I just want to take a poll really quick in the room. I'm gonna go one by one. Derisive. If a woman came at you and swung something at you and you needed to defend yourself, would you defend yourself to the point of killing her?
No, it depends on the opportunity, capability, and intent.
Hello?
You're not derisive.
If he meets opportunity,
Shut up.
capability, and
I'll get to you in K.
Mark,
I will get to you in K.
Oh my god.
Derisive.
Yeah, first, can we all take a breath in this room? It's like early in the morning.
Don't let her knock it down. It's very early. That's why I'm trying to do this poll.
Okay. And everyone else who's not me right now, mute up, please.
Correct. Mute up. If you're not derisive, go on mute. Derisive.
Okay. In that situation, my aim would be to simply immobilize her so she cannot continue to attack me.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Just because I'm going to work my way up from reverse PTR order. El Normo, if a woman comes at you and hits you, let's just say for argument's sake, she's got a brick in her hand, and you need to stop her, and to go at her with the intention of killing her.
I mean, not a gun. No, I'm just going to take the brick out of her hands and burn her hands.
Okay, perfect.
Not that complicated.
BB, did you hear the question?
If she's attacking me with a brick,
Yeah.
everybody says they're gonna take the brick out of her hand, but it's not that easy. So I would kick her in the knee and break her leg,
Okay.
and then grab the brick.
Okay. But you wouldn't aim to kill her.
No,
That's
just
the
close
part.
to death, but not like so she wouldn't want to do it again.
But what if you're eating? You're eating. You don't know if she comes from behind you and hits you with the brick one hit.
Then I'm gonna hit her. Well, I don't know.
That's not part of the equation, MK. Be quiet. We'll see.
So what? Like,
Wait. Hold on. I'm just trying to get a vibe for the men in the room. We'll see. If a woman comes at you and she's threatening you in any manner in a physical way, are you willing to defend yourself to the point of killing her? Do you want to kill her?
Absolutely not. I'd just probably destroy the top of her hands.
Okay. All right. Frank, now it's your turn to answer this question. Yes, no, maybe so. All this time. You gonna kill her?
No, I'm not gonna kill her. I'm just gonna take the break out of her hand,
Okay.
knock her down, and walk away.
Okay. All right.
I'm calling, if I have the opportunity to call the police, I'm gonna do that right away. So that we can I'm picking up, free her, fuck her, and take her to jail. That's all.
Perfect. Thank you. Naveen.
wait, can I know who the lady is?
I would not even, probably even touch her. If she just hit me, I would call someone and try to, get assistance that way. I wouldn't try to hurt her or do anything that way. Probably has a mental issue.
All right. MK, what are you doing if a woman comes at you with everything she's got?
Well, it depends on the situation. But I think if it's a brick, I'll just run away. Just run. I'm a good runner.
Okay. Seneca, would you like to tell me what you would do if a woman came at you?
Beat her ass to the pulp. Yeah, I said it. I'll say it again if you need me to.
Yeah.
Ass to the pulp.
Up to and including death if necessary.
No, you can include anything you want to and make it worse than it sounds. You don't really need to do that. Okay, I said I would beat her to the pulp.
Okay.
That's what I said. You want to include death and make it terrible and so that you can get this
I mean, in all Seneca, you're accusing Bima. In all fairness, Seneca.
I would beat her to the pulp.
Okay, and in all fairness, you're accusing Bima of being abusive.
Yeah, because you want to protect an abusive woman because she's a woman.
I'm not. I don't want to protect.
And that's why you're twisting this around. Would you kill her? Would you slice her? Or
you said you would kill her. You said I would kill her. Bloody hole because she was dead. You said that. Nobody put those words in your mouth.
What if this was a repeat
That's
thing?
exactly what you did. Trying to be facetious and twist the narrative to make the woman look like
Seneca.
I would beat her to the pulp. I'll say
Okay, we got it, Seneca. What if this was a repeat thing?
It would not be a repeat thing.
No, I'm asking serendipity. Now your name's not serendipity.
Oh, like,
what if it's a repeat thing, serendipity? Like you're in a relationship and she keeps trying to beat you.
Correct.
And then the camel's like, it's like enough's enough.
Here's the thing. I don't think any person should hit any person. I taught my daughter, you don't hit a man because you know what? When you hit a man, you step into a man's shoes.
No one is fucking saying that.
Seneca, don't put words into my mouth. I just sat here and told this entire room full of people. I taught my daughter, you don't ever hit a man because when you do, you step into a man's shoes, and there's a good likelihood that you could get hit, and they're gonna hit harder, and you're gonna fall harder. Okay, like I don't condone, but
But in the back channel, you told me that you wouldn't beat Seneca if you had the choice, like the chance.
I would even beat Seneca, not even right now. But the situation that she explained was not her partner in an aggressive, abusive manner. Emotional outburst. One in which he embraced her, and yes, she pounded on his chest, but not in a "I'm going to beat the ever-loving motherfucking shit out of you."
A man had an emotional outburst there.
I listened to her tell the story, Seneca. I listened to her tell the story.
But that sounds like passion.
Did you see what happened? Did you see her like?
You just want to protect a woman so bad. I get it. She's a woman. You want to protect a woman.
No, but I'm going on the same
process.
Do you think it's okay for women to take a brick to a man's head?
No!
Of course I don't.
What's going on in here? What's going on?
I was trying to use the rage. Seneca, the reason I used that example was I was intentionally trying to go to the extreme of this isn't just an emotional situation. Let's just say this woman is truly violent. Like, how would you respond to her? That was for your benefit, not
to my benefit to suggest that I want to kill a woman.
No, Seneca, do you think women can get away with more? Do you think women are allowed to do more things than men?
Yes, obviously. That's obvious. That's obvious.
Yeah. What's not obvious?
Women.
No, it's totally obvious. Like, court records indicate this. Women get lesser sentences for the same crimes. They're oftentimes lesser charged. Yeah, women get away with shit. It's universally true. Facts.
I agree. I think they should be.
They're also easy to beat up. You know what I mean? They're not, it's not.
Not really.
Thank you. We are easy to beat up, bro. We're easy to beat up.
Sorry, you don't know. Let's do it for this.
I'm so little, you could beat me.
The weakest man is a threat to the average.
So, Serendipity, I have a question. So, if the person attacks you with a weapon, right, woman or man, right, and you shoot them, isn't it kind of the same thing? You say, hey, I shot to kill, but I felt like I was going to be killed in that manner. Wouldn't that situation be different? The same as this, right? You feel like you're going to be severely injured or potentially killed, so you shot to kill. Stand your ground law, right? So isn't that kind of, in a way, the same thing? It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. If someone's attacking you, you feel like you're going to be injured, you can defend yourself, right? You have a right to defend.
Correct.
So if you end up killing the person, that's right.
I guess, like I said, the point was Bima shared an emotional story. We had a poll. One of the options was punch them. She chose punch them. She shared an emotional story. It was in the context in which she shared it. Seneca took some of the information, and now he's choosing to run around telling everybody that we all protect women abusers. And, it's funny when women abuse men, but it's not funny when men abuse women. And he's, to make his point, he started, yeah, man, I jacked that bitch in the jaw, da-da-da-da-da, and it's funny, right? Everybody laughed. Like, this was Seneca's whole premise behind how all of this started.
And just to add to that,
misinterpreted. He completely took out of context the story that Bima shared, because the story that Bima shared.
and just to add extra context, the poll was,
when you're hurt.
When you're hurt, is it easier to hold on or let go or punch somebody? Okay, the point was grief, pain, right?
Yeah. And so
and it's easier to take a person to the head because you can always accuse.
Why are you saying taking a brick to the head? Why are you
because
saying
that's what
those
Serendipity
things?
said,
No, I'm asking you why you're saying that. Why you're saying that after you're coming here talking about me being abusive, like conflating
I think we all agree on one
used
thing.
the example of a woman being in opposition to what I think Bima did. I used the example of a woman being extremely aggressive for the sake of seeing, like, if you really believe this woman is coming for you,
and you compared that to killing her, which is insane.
I did not compare that to killing her.
You still want to justify.
I wanted to you. Okay, wait, Bima. Or Melissa, hold on. Seneca, I wanted to stack the deck in your favor to say this isn't just some woman having an emotional outburst. This is a woman who's angry. She's coming for you.
I would kill her.
I didn't suggest
said that I wasn't
you
killing
said.
her.
What's going
You
on?
said you would kill her. You're the one that said that, Seneca.
You said it. You're lying.
You said it. Oh my God, Melissa. Did you hear him say yes? If that's what he said, if beating her to the pulp means killing her, then sure.
Everybody was here.
That's what the fuck you said.
Can I have
I'll say it again. I would beat her to the pulp. I would beat her to the pulp. I would beat her to the pulp.
And what exactly do
I'm
you
not
mean by
ashamed of
that?
that. I
Is
would
that
beat her to
equating to
the
death?
pulp.
The pulp is dead.
Hello?
Can I ask you, let's return
We define pulp.
I do want to say one thing. I've been listening to a while. Alright, you go ahead now, then I'll go.
Give Mike the mic. Sorry, go on. Give Mike the mic. He's gonna be the voice of reason here. Clean this up.
Okay, so I've been listening to this, and here's what I think is being missed. When someone's being attacked and they feel like their life is being threatened or something like that, especially when they feel like it's being threatened, they have a right and obligation to eliminate the threat. What I'm hearing is the difference between eliminating a threat and then continuing, perhaps, to beat and keep going after you've eliminated the threat. So in the case of a gun, if you're using it to eliminate a threat, you might just kill them immediately when you shoot them. That just might be the case. And if you shoot somebody, you should be willing to kill them. That's true. However, if somebody's coming at you with fists or something, even a weapon that's not particularly deadly, but not, it helps to make it more painful to be hit, and you eliminate the threat, and that you get them on the ground, you hit them, you knock them out, you do something to stop the attack, that's enough for most men to imagine this scenario with this woman. That's what would occur, right? I personally would try to grab her and hold her and keep her from doing anything rather than even punching her personally. Like, I would literally leap on her, wrap my arms around her, wrap my legs around her, and throw her to the fucking ground and hold her there to keep her from touching me, right? I wouldn't necessarily punch her in the face or anything. But the idea that you would say, well, if someone did that to me, I would punch back, and I would continue punching until they were a bloody fucking pulp mess. That's eliminating the threat. That's basically taking your defensive and making it offensive, particularly because you could be angry or because you're in the moment. And the suggestion that I would do that, and that's what Seneca did say, that's what makes it icky to describe in the way that he described it. Whether or not he ends up killing her, the idea that he says, I would do more than just stop the assault. I would continue beating the shit out of her until she was a bloody fucking mess, is the problem with what he said.
Yes, and I would beat her to the pulp. Absolutely. So she's a bloody fucking mess.
All right, we all get it. Yeah, perfect.
Here, let's move the fuck
That
on
was
from
great,
this
Mike.
psychopath.
Moving on to a new subject.
It was great, Mike.
This is kind of
Most places you might. Did I describe it? Did you think I described it, Bima? What I was saying?
I think you did an excellent job. It's 100%, and I always appear your rationality. I don't think just for the sake, it isn't okay to ever hit somebody. I do believe that was a moment of weakness on my part. It was I had mentioned I was vulnerable about that. If I could, I've talked to my love about, I had imagined gotten together. I couldn't even imagine saying a me to him for the longest time. If I could have known or even try to manage myself in a better way, I 110% would take that and take every word that I've ever said to him in anything. I wouldn't even want to talk that, let alone losing myself in a moment of passion. But I think that there's, they talk about passions of crime. And I feel like in that moment, that was definitely where I was. It was like you weren't, and it's not a good place. And I hope that nobody ever has to be in that. It's when, you really do, you feel, I don't think I would have ever gotten to that point, because obviously I love him so much. I would want to hurt him, but I was just so sad, and it wasn't just this relationship. there was a lot of things going on in my life at that point. You know, like I managed hospice, right, of my parents dying, my grandmother dying, him coming in. There was a lot. I lost, you know, my best friend, all in a very short period. And it was after that, and yeah, I managed myself illy. I'm not proud of it. I shared that story. I regret that. I know who I can and can't share stories with now. And, you know, I learned my lesson. But I don't think that women should ever, I don't believe that there's any justification in women ever hitting men.
So, my best friend in the whole world is a Hulk of a man. His name's Adam, and he's an FBI agent, and he's 6'4". And his wife, I'm almost done. Let me finish the story because it's relative to what she was saying. His wife was bipolar, and she was a freak, Fruit Loop. We all knew it. We went on a rafting trip, and she lost her shit on him in front of all of us, and punched him in the face, and started beating the shit out of him as hard as she could. Like, literally throwing fists at his chest as hard as she could after she hit him in the face. And he grabbed her, wrapped his entire body around her, dropped to the fucking ground, and held her for like 30 minutes until she calmed down, rather than punching her and knocking her the fuck out. And that's how I would hope any man who is secure in his masculinity would react to a situation like that.
I'm very insecure. I'm beating her, so I'm home.
Here's my question here. I think Seneca is just going to a bit extreme. I totally understand what you mean, but just from like a legal standpoint of view, do men get to use the same excuse? And I'm not saying that you're using that an excuse, but as a man, in the scenario of domestic violence, you know, it's like you would touch someone or like you beat someone, and that someone could be a man or a woman. Can we get to use that?
Yeah, I think
in Florida, it wouldn't matter if he called 911, and they could prove that you had been hitting him, you would have been arrested right then and there. And there's a girl that loves to go around talking about a gentleman I know that lives in Florida that he hurt her, and she had to us. Oh, the police should have showed. If it was domestic violence, that's the law. And she's like, no, the police never showed up. I said, okay, then what did you actually go to the hospital? It shut her down in a heartbeat, because this guy, I know him fairly well. He only lives south of me. And I'm like, stop making up stories and running around an app and trying to discredit somebody's, you know, image. Not cool. I know the laws in Florida. I've been married to a cop for 25 years. Somebody would have gotten arrested.
Exactly the point I was making. That was an assault, regardless of how you look at it. And I get it's like a passionate moment, whatever it was. If the cops got called and they got in there, that's just an assault.
Exactly. Thank you, brother.
I mean, look, in basically every state, you're allowed a reasonable, proportional response to defend yourself. But this, like, beat someone to a pulp thing, if we're to assume that means beat them beyond what's minimally necessary to defend yourself, then, yeah, both parties are going to jail.
Your hands to yourself. I'm pretty sure your Sunday school teachers taught you that, along with your preschool teachers, your kindergarten teachers. Keep your hands to yourself.
This has been a feisty fucking morning, I must tell you.
It's been fun, right?
I was getting a crown done, and I was listening to everybody kick each other's asses, and then I had a grinding drill in my fucking head at the same time. It was really fun.
Oh no, you're on the
My blood pressure was quite high. I was wearing my headphones listening to this shit when I was getting my fucking mouth drilled. It was quite the experience.
You were awake? Oh no.
Oh yeah.
So listening to Clubhouse, I
can't do that awake.
Like, I'm sorry.
I was listening to Clubhouse and I sharing, and I noticed my hand was gripping my leg so hard that I was like losing circulation in my fucking thigh, and I was like, oh yeah, I think my blood pressure might be elevated.
Oh my
God.
Bad decisions were made. That was one of them.
I'm
glad you made it through, man, without an ear infection.
This was a lot.
Good morning, Dad.
Good morning, Marquise. How are you?
I'm good.
Are we done talking about people beating each other up?
Exactly.
Waking up when I'm trying to go to sleep. So hey, you know what? That was a real interesting conversation. Guys, appreciate it.
Serendipity, I posted that stuff. Did you see it? I don't know if you missed it.
Oh, no, I didn't.
You may have to scroll up a little bit in the chat.
All right, I'll look for it.
Just go above. You'll find it.
I found it.
Glomphazine, and then it says Intuniv is the brand name for the generic drug of glomphazine.
Okay.
I'll put something in there.
All right.
I have a question. I have a question about voting real quick. I live in New York City, so I just got this little application thing, or like a QR code I'm saying they could put on your wallet. Is that safe to put your election, your candidate, whatever the thing, election thing on your wallet and your iPhone? Has anyone done
Like
that?
your registration, like your voter registration card?
That thing.
Your
Yes, that thing.
wallet, your wallet is extremely secure on your phone in general.
Okay.
It's tied to the actual chip of the phone itself, and it cannot be hacked.
Okay, that's what I was wondering about.
I'd be careful about saying the words cannot be hacked basically ever. But
That's true.
It will not be hacked.
it's remarkably safe. Yeah, and you as a target are probably significantly lower value than the folks who can accomplish that sort of exploit.
Perfect. Well, that's what I wanted to hear.
Hold on, Mike. Just to be fair, right? And I've done this before for tickets for airlines and stuff like that. When you put things in your wallet on your phone and you screenshot the code and you can text it to someone. I've done it before because I was traveling with someone and I just added everything because I put it on one ticket and then I screenshot it and sent it. That person can essentially scan that code for you and can just go in and you're good to go unless you have to show a secondary form of ID. So while it's secure from hackers, it doesn't prevent you from giving your code to someone else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's like saying if you have a really nice lock on your front door and a really great alarm system, and then you leave it all unlocked and turned off, someone can break into your...
No. So the mentality is this, right? When you walk in to vote, you actually go in and you show your ID. There's a verification that it's you, right? There's an ID, there's all this stuff. If I wanted you to vote for me in proxy, I could send you that. If that's the only form of verification, then there's no way to know if that person actually.
I don't know this for a fact, but I believe it's not just about the picture that's actually in there. There's an NFC attached to it that you would scan. And that's how the wallet works. Yes, you're correct, Naveen, that if you're just suggesting that you can show the picture on your phone and that's all the ID you need, that could be problematic. My guess is there's going to be some kind of scanner that you would do where the NFC communicates the code, much like the debit cards work in the phone. I imagine that's how it works. That's certainly how the digital driver's license works that goes on the wallet these days in many states. So there's more to it than just the actual photograph sitting in the wallet. It's actually the NFC code that's tied to it that's locked within the chip in the phone itself that cannot be hacked. So,
but if she's saying it's a QR code, it's not relying on NFC. It's totally optical. In which case, the screenshot would replicate the credential. If it's a QR code, it's the only.
Yeah, it's a little
If it's the only layer of security, then that's a bit of a problem.
Well, why is Zero screenshotting her voter registration and texting it to people?
It'd be accidental. No, you've never accidentally screenshot your homepage or anything.
Well,
Sometimes
to send it to someone is another, one. Yes.
Have you ever? Liberty, have you ever seen those memes of when you drop water on your cell phone and crazy and texting your mom, go fuck yourself and all that? That's
Okay, literally, one time I was washing dishes while I was in a Teams meeting, and a drop of water went on the turn the camera on button. And so then all of a sudden, I'm washing dishes in a bra, and then it was my screen turned on for a minute. I was like, oh, fuck, and I just chucked my phone, and that's
exactly.
Yeah, it was bad.
was trying to say is it depends on how the technology is implemented. If it's like one of those tap things, you're right, it uses NFC. If it's just a barcode scanner, like you do for your airline ticket where, they basically just scan your barcode, then it's not, it's secure from hackers, but it's not really like identifying that it's you. If it's an NFC, you tap it, right? The probability.
Wait, to scan the barcode hang on, but to scan the barcode, the reason you're allowed to do that is it takes place at the gate. You've already been pre-qualified by showing your ID at the security points. That's not the only way you're getting on an airplane.
Yeah, but your security, hold on, your security, when you go through security, you realize you're not showing your ticket to TSA, you're scanning your ticket, right? But
and they have a picture of you that pops up and they stare at your face and they stare at your picture.
But you can, I've done this before and I've given someone their ticket and I've had their ticket on mine and, I've scanned, they've gone through TSA. I just said, oh, that's that person's ticket over there. They say, okay, they just care about your ID. Hey, who's the person coming? Right? And
I don't know what you're saying. You're suggesting you've gone through TSA security with somebody else's ID before?
No. ID will show. But you don't have to necessarily show your ticket. That's what I'm saying. When you go through TSA security.
Yes, you do.
You do.
You have to show a ticket and an ID.
You show your ticket to validate that you have a ticket. You can't even enter the security checkpoint without validating that you have it.
Definitely show your ticket and your ID.
You can't just say like they have a Bojangles in the terminal and I want to go for breakfast. You have to prove that you have a valid issued ticket.
Okay.
To go through security. So but there is this thing called shoulder surfing, right? This is a term in information security, right? So let's say hypothetically you double click your lock button and your ticket pops up and the QR code is on full display for anyone around you. There was actually a guy recently who made the news who had come through security on a ticket, missed his flight, and was still attempting to make it onto the plane. And what he did was he did what's called surfing. He actually took a physical copy of, he took a photo of someone's boarding pass that they were in the boarding area and actually boarded the plane QR code. Because the ticket counter agent is not going to validate your ID 9.5 times out of 10. But Mike's right insofar as if you're within the secure area beyond TSA, TSA has validated that you have a valid ticket and it belongs to you and it's related to the ID that you show to cross team.
Well, okay. All right, anyway, I think it depends if you're pre-check or not, because I'm just even looking at it online. It says non-travelers, many airports allow non-ticketed visitors to pass through security to go to the gate. According to various sites, that's what it's citing. It says you may need to apply for a special gate pass from the airline, usually TSA pre-check and global entry customers have it. So maybe that's why when I go to the TSA pre-check people or whatever, when I go through it, I just give them my ticket. They say, no, I don't need it. Give me your ID. And then I scan the ID and I just walk through. But anyway, the point I was getting at is that none of these places are using the tap technology that you would use when you're paying something, which is what Mike was saying, the NFC. They're just scanning a barcode.
Yeah, an optical code, yeah.
Right, so the point I'm getting at is that, if you're doing voting and you're saying, hey, I'm going to tap this for my NFC, you're fine. But the point I was getting at is if they're just using the barcode scan, I can send Mike mine and say, hey, Mike, go in and vote and they wouldn't know if it's truly me or not unless they have that second layer where they say, all right, now show me your ID, right? And if they did that, then that's cool. Then that just makes it a little easier and it makes sure that it's a great process because it means that you're actually a truly registered voter. But if it's just one of these things where, okay, we're trying to make it easy, we're just going to scan people as they come in, then you could have people go, hey, you know what, I'll just give my, and I'm telling you, like, there are people who will say, like, hey, I don't want to vote, but I registered or I can't make it today, vote for, there are people who do that, say, like, hey, go for me, and I'm telling you, I've heard people even, I'm not going to say who, but there's people I know who are on different visas who said, oh, if I could vote, if I could get a chance to vote, I would, but I can't. You give them a chance, they'll do it. There's people who start selling those, I'm just telling you, but if it's NFC, which I hope it is, then it's probably one of the most secure things. Now, yeah, there's a chance you give your phone to someone, but what's the probability of that? So, you know what I mean? But, and there's less likely for that. Plus, your phone has all your personal information in it, so, you'd have to report a stolen phone for it to not be used. So, But if it's, again, the barcode scanner, then, I don't think it's that good of a technology. That's
Yeah, QR codes are notoriously insecure. It's a bad idea. Just like if you found a USB flash drive in a parking lot, I would highly recommend not just plugging it into a computer. The same goes for an errand QR code. If you're sitting in a bathroom stall in an airport and you see a QR code sticker on the wall, I'd highly recommend not scanning it because QR codes can actually execute all manner of things on a device, and it's bad. And with the proclivity of QR code menus post-COVID, it's become normalized. People have a high trust factor with QR codes that they really don't deserve.
actually NFC recognition ID, through the me.gov is probably one of the most secure things. I use it all the time. A lot of the bases I visit, and it's pretty cool. And it's a really cool tool. I think IRS now uses it for your taxes. I don't know if people have had that, but they basically do a facial scan and they know who. I mean, that would be an incredible tool because you come in, you just scan, and it's you, and you go do what you need to do. You don't really have to sign anything. It's quick, and it can be done very, very quickly. I think that's one of the best technologies they have. It's just that people don't want to give their face data to the federal government or to the state government. But I do think it's an incredibly secure technology. Like they do the eye scan, everything. I mean, it's really cool.
It's great for payments too. So like if you use Apple Pay and use NFC to pay with your NIP, it generates a unique token, and that unique token is one time use. So you can have that token and try to reutilize it. It's already been utilized. It's no good. This becomes a real problem if you're a serial returner, as I am. If you make an NFC payment at like Best Buy and then you lose and you want because it's a unique one-time code and you can't reference it back to yourself like you could with a debit or a swipe.
Isn't that why you link it to a credit card, right? So like I do a tap for my TD Bank credit card, right? And so now it's a charge on my credit card, so it can be referenced back to the credit card number rather than the NFC.
Oh my, it got quiet.
Oh, I thought I was in the Matrix. That's why I couldn't hear anything.
Serendipity, are you there?
I am.
Would you like to maybe talk a little bit more about how I want to kill people? That might
No, I don't think you want to kill people. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking up right
recipes. Like, I don't know why my Facebook feed only has recipes on it anymore, but these their garlic parmesan cheeseburger pops. They're like little sliders. They look so delicious.
Seneca,
Yes.
you know I don't think that you want to go around killing people, right?
But you tried to convince the room I did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, just because you say it in the soft voice doesn't mean.
Can I tell you something? I was not trying to make the room think that you wanted to go around killing people. When I gave the example, I was trying to make the impact that this wasn't just a woman having an emotional outburst, that this was like a truly aggressive, wanted to do harm to you woman. And I wanted to know what the response was.
Wasn't the initial scenario though that a cell phone was thrown at someone said?
No, it was brick.
That was
It was a brick.
Oh, it was a
I
brick.
used brick. I used brick, but Seneca's initial example was yes, if she clocked me upside the head with a cell phone.
No, not a cell phone. The landline phone, the rotary one.
Oh.
When you turn the remember those ones in the 80s?
Oh, we had to
where
go
you
to
used
the
turn?
antique store to do it?
Yeah, the one that you used to turn. Those ones.
Yeah.
Because those are the ones you have to actually carry. It's like a little heavy. It's got a little weight to it. You have to actually carry.
Yeah, that's functionally a brick, you know?
Right.
That's a brick, babe. Functionally a brick. I like.
Yes.
I think the point of confusion came when Serendipity said something about like, is this on the table? And you said something somewhat vague about how like, if you want to put it on the table, you can put it on the table, or anything's on the table, something like that. I think that is the
I used the word beating to the pulp, and she conveniently, as the you would make an expert mayor or politician, she shifted it to killing. You know,
Because
that's
Seneca,
such a pro choice
Seneca,
move.
do you remember? No, listen
That's such
to
a
me.
pro choice move.
Seneca, when you were having the conversation with Melissa, with Princess, she said, I mean, would you just diffuse the situation? And you said, no, I wouldn't just diffuse the situation. I would beat the bloody pulp out of her. And she said, what if you kill her? I don't care.
Yes.
I don't know if you
No,
said
I said I
that.
would beat her. I did not. I said I would beat her to the pulp. That's exactly what I said. And if you guys want to say I would kill her or I would kill a woman, go right ahead. It does not bother me. It does not shift my emotions, not one bit. I see the manipulation from like 10 miles away.
Oh my God.
I don't even think you're 10 miles from me. I think maybe you're Sandy Spring or something, 20 miles. Okay, I see the manipulation from there. Yes.
I'm not trying to
yes,
be
I would beat her to
manipulative.
the pulp. If you want to say I would kill her, slice
You
her
said
arms
you
and all
would
this
kill
stuff.
her. That was not my words.
Those are your words.
Those were not my words.
And I said pulp, and I repeated myself repeatedly.
You did. You
Yes,
did say
and I
pulp,
said
and you
pulp,
said if she
pulp,
dies, it's okay.
No, that's what you said.
I did not say that.
So nice try though. Nice try.
I did not say that, Seneca.
You know, nice try, nice Darbo there. I see it.
Seneca, what are you talking about?
Fortunately, I read a lot about these manipulations, and I read a lot about reframing. You know, so I know what you're doing.
Reframing. I'm using your words.
No.
Mike, were you in here? Did you hear him?
And you used kill, and so you're trying to.
You used that word. You were the first one to use that word.
I used pulp.
I heard. Listen, I think he said it. I heard him say it.
Yep.
I don't know how to. There's no way to prove it, but I heard him say it.
Yes, you heard it. You heard me say it because I'm a black man, and that's why you heard me say it. Yes, Mike. We know.
Now it's a race thing.
But it is a race thing.
Love that. I love it when it starts to know a race thing.
You're so
It's an attempt to be a dipshit without being a black dipshit. It's an attention thing.
Yeah,
He's so happy that all the attention is on him, and all he has to do is get some more attention.
They do this all the time.
Yeah.
You know, they do this all the time. But it doesn't bother me. I'm used to it.
Who are offended at the
You're
way
trying to
that
conflate both.
Okay, prove it doesn't bother you by muting up then.
No, I will not. Just for you, I will not. Because you asked me to. I will not.
Yeah, because
I love that.
you found your audience here. Your little retard answer.
Yeah, you are my audience. You are my audience.
I never heard him say anything other than beating him to a pulp.
I've never heard him say anything
Over
whatsoever.
and over again.
That is the hardest moment in my life. Even though she does not disagree with me, even though she affirmatively disagreed with me, she can still tell the truth and not be a racist.
And unlike everyone else, you clearly like the sound of your own voice.
I am disgusted by yours.
Yeah, it's because my people have a superior intellect, so I imagine you
There it is.
similar.
Did I say racist? Did I say racist? There it is.
Well,
My people have a superior.
if the shoe fits.
Yeah, I'm the only black man on the stage, Monica. You might as well.
I love you, Seneca. Did you push him down? Don't push him down. Don't push Seneca down.
Yeah, Monica.
He said I could. Seneca, don't tempt Monica.
It's hilarious.
No, my mom never said she'd kill me or murder me, but she the hell did tell me that if I acted up again, she was going to beat me to a pulp.
Beth,
I don't know if your parents ever said that to you or not.
Beth, you always
Mine
have
did.
great topics. I know you can pull one out right now. Let's start a new topic.
Will gay men go to heaven? That would be a great topic.
Serendipity, I think you are a true Christian in the sense that, Jesus took upon himself to be with and provide support and community to the absolute most dejected in society, the people on the absolute fringes who have nothing to them, no wits, no means, no wherewithal. So you are a good person.
Yeah, thanks for supporting gay people.
Yeah, my thing is, like, when I was in the military, of all the gay people I knew, like, a bunch of them I knew got, like, busted because it was, like, don't ask, don't tell, but if they got caught, being homosexual, they got put in Leavenworth for sodomy. And they would do, like, 18 months in Leavenworth, like, for being gay. And to me, like, you're talking about people that are willing to go and fight and do the martyrdom for all of us, but because you don't believe in their lifestyle, like they're subjugated to your moral or ethical understanding. That really bothered me.
Doc, is that a new pic? Did you just take that?
That was a picture of me when I was 50 on my 50th birthday. Back in July. That was back in July.
No, I was gonna say it looks like you groomed your beard or something, but very good.
But just for men and that thing, so I got rid of the grays. No, I mean, but like, my question is like the way that Pete Hegseth is looking at military. I agree. There shouldn't be open transits within the military. That's not professional. I don't care if you're gay in the military. I knew the guy that was behind me when I was like knocking in doors. I knew he was gay. He never hit on me, but I knew he was gay. I love that dude. I would fucking live, eat shit, breathe, and die for him. He saved my life one time. I got zero fucks to give about where you put it or stick it. That has nothing to do with me, but it has to do with how you professionalize your life.
I know that was supposed to be a charitable, and thank you, Doug, but I don't think we need to, debate the merits of like gay people existing or whatever. Everyone here is enlightened enough to understand that, say for maybe a couple.
Nobody's enlightened as much as you, because I know you live in Atlanta, Mike, and I know you went to the great.
My homophobia is disintegrating as I listen to Doc. My homophobia, it's dropping precipitously while I listen to Doc here. So keep going, Doc. I'm changing. You're winning hearts and minds here.
Like, were you the one who said, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was fucked.
No one even responded. It was kind of a letdown. I was like, damn it, I like that one too. There's this comedian that has If I Was Gay, the song If I Was Gay. It's a song about him and his best friend. And it goes into like, we're hanging out, and you don't know that his friend's gay, but that's what the song's about, is he's like, in another life, another time, I'd be right behind you. I'd be right behind you if you know what I mean. And it like has all these entendres, and it's a song. It just reminded me when he said that.
There's euphemism. I think you're using the wrong word.
Double entendre? If you're right behind me, it's a double entendre. Because it could be that you're physically staying behind it. It could be like you're sticking it in them, in that use. That's why I said that.
You're right. You're right.
Double entendre.
You're right. I'm wrong. I apologize.
It was good timing. The joke was well timed. Listen, I rarely well time a joke. I usually don't think of it until it's too late. So I'm proud of myself. No one responded. That's fine. But Derisive gave me the credit that I was due, so I appreciate it.
So Serendipity, Bima, Beth, Seneca, Andre, Liberty, I don't have my glasses on. Does it say well? Is there an apostrophe in there?
We will, like the contraction.
I don't know, dude. I don't have my glasses on. I'm sitting here rolling a fucking spliff.
JB doesn't open rooms anymore.
I noticed that too. Seneca.
Well, I saw him he was in my room like 2 hours ago for almost an hour. And he never came on stage, even though I've invited him multiple times. So I think he's just recording it and throwing it on his side channel.
See, whatever it was, like a debate, 1 against 10.
Is somebody talking?
Oh yeah. So, hey, sorry to take the subject. I was wondering if you guys finished that 1 against 10 debate the other day. I think it was like 1 conservative Christian against 10 liberals.
We did. It was really good.
So what was the verdict? What was the verdict?
Was it a Talking Apes room, or what room was it in?
No, it was a room where we streamed the Jubilee. It was 1 conservative Christian versus 20 liberal Christians.
I literally just finished that this morning with Allie Beth Stuckey.
Yes.
I literally just finished it this morning.
It was good. She did a good job, mostly.
My one biggest gripe with the liberal conservative Christians was that there were multiple men that rushed the chair to talk about abortion. And while I appreciate their willingness to have those conversations, I would have definitely preferred if they would have let the women that were interested in speaking about that speak.
That is an interesting distinction, because every other time I've seen a Jubilee where they talk about abortion, the men typically will approach the chair more slowly on purpose. So it is interesting that it was different there. I don't know. You know, my personal belief is that you can have an opinion on it regardless and still, have a philosophical conversation or biblical conversation about it, but I see what you're saying. And it was interesting.
There were just a couple of points that she made that I thought that she was kind of not really well informed about. But,
say more about that, Andre. I want to hear which points you think were weak.
Well, when she brought dualism specifically, because maybe she was referencing to something else and she was just calling it dualism. But Christianity is, necessitates dualism versus monism. Like the two magisteriates of.
I would say to your point. Yes, sir. I apologize.
So, again, the distinction between spiritual and physical, it's the certain condition for Christianity to have. I think she was referring more to the Gnostics and the way they separated the demiurge versus the actual God, and that was, I think, just.
Well, I think I have no idea what he just said. He hit the matrix really hard. But what I was saying is, when it comes to duality, I go back to, as a Christian, when I read about Zoroastrianism and the Parsi philosophy of Ahura Mazda, and within that philosophy was just 1,500 years before Jesus was ever even born. And you read that text, and you realize they thought that Ahura was God and Mazda was the devil, but Ahura Mazda were the same people. But it was the duality of their personalities when it came to their understanding of religion.
I would love to keep talking about it if you guys want to talk about it. So literally just
So was her position that it should be illegal for all purposes, or what was her position that she was
Her
defending?
claim was that it's a grave moral evil.
Okay, I feel like it's hard to argue that, even if you're, in support of the legal structure for allowing abortion.
Well, I think it's hard to argue that as a Christian, but I think if you aren't taking a biblical perspective on it, it's not hard because you just debate the personhood of the fetus, and then you're good to go.
Right, because I didn't feel like it was an argument of whether it should be legal or illegal. I think it was just debating the morality of it.
Do you want me to tell you what my realistic, I'm 50 years old, I could die tomorrow. I'm going to tell you right now, the reality that I've understood as being a Christian, I was born Southern Baptist, raised Southern Baptist. Raised by the Bible and the fire and brimstone. But, when it comes to Christianity versus the Tao Te Ching or the Holy Quran, peace be upon Muhammad, inshallah, alhamdulillah, mashallah, whatever. I don't really care. With all my understanding of it all, Christianity is the only one where God comes to you. Every other way and every other religion that I've ever seen on the planet, you have to go to God. If you're a Christian, Jesus comes to you. If you're any other religion, you've got to go to God.
I'm not a religious scholar, but what about Moses in the Old Testament? It was pre-Christianity. God coming in the burning bush, and what about all that?
Can you rephrase the question so I might better understand it, please?
I feel like there are examples in the Old Testament pre-Christianity of, God coming to people. So if your point was Christianity.
Yeah, okay. Well, the prophet, that's the prophets of old. Me, the way I was raised, we call them the prophets of old. Like, do you know why? You know, when John the Baptist, when he was in his mother's womb, and Jesus was in, Mary's womb, and they were kicking at each other in their mother's wombs, and then, John the Baptist was the one that was heralding the coming of Jesus Christ. But everybody thought, through the mind of, him, that Jesus was going to come to, get rid of the Romans that were within Israel at the time. But John the Baptist heralded Jesus' coming, and Jesus performed all these acts and did all these things. Flipped the tables at the temple, said what he needed to say, and then ultimately ended up being John the Baptist after he got locked up. He sent a messenger to Jesus and said, "Are you truly the Son of God?" Because he thought that Jesus was going to get rid of the Romans. Because John the Baptist was a prophet, he just didn't realize that he was a prophet heralding Jesus to make the truth happen. And then, ultimately, when Jesus sent the messenger back, he said, "Because you have not known me, I will see you in paradise." So some effect of that was whether I read it in my concordance. When I go through Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic and English, whatnot.
Can I ask Melissa, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I was just curious what Melissa's perspective was, because we talked about that video pretty extensively the other day when we listened to it together. And my personal belief was that the liberal Christians didn't really do that good of a job. So I was curious, Melissa, as a liberal Christian, maybe you might identify that way, how you felt like they represented your position.
I feel like I was a little frustrated in some of the conversations, as a liberal Christian, as a Christian who has studied clobber verses, as a Christian that supports abortion.
Well, can I ask you, because to me, I thought that was the hardest claim to defend from a biblical perspective. So what is your biblical perspective on abortion?
My biblical perspective of an abortion is that I feel like it is fairly different than my political beliefs. However, I wish that the woman that did bring up the example of the, I forget what it's called, but it's that spell of the drinking the potion, and if the woman, if she's caught in adultery and she drinks the potion, and if she is guilty of adultery, she will then basically have a miscarriage. To me, that's an abortion.
Where is that in the Bible?
It is in the Bible. There is a story. I don't know exactly where it is. I'm just
Say it when she committed adultery against us. When Gomer did her thing.
I just wish that the woman that had brought it up had a lot, had researched that a little bit more, and to have that conversation of that example. However, I don't believe that it is a part of the 10 Commandments where it's "thou shalt not murder," because it's and there was there was another discussion of where it was you were knitted in your mother's womb. I've known you basically before you were born, and that was actually
that's God.
Oh my God!
God talking to all of us.
He's not talking about all of us. He was talking to a specific person within the Bible.
Knows all of us before we were born.
No, that's not what that verse is talking about in context. And that's where it's like I know that verse is used a lot, and that verse
Believe it your way, and I believe it mine. That's why we have different
fine.
belief
I'm
systems,
informing
right?
you of the
Agree to
context
disagree,
of
and then we leave it there.
That's fine. I'm just informing the room, and from my biblical research, my reading, that verse was talking about a very specific person within the Bible. So they were talking about when it's been a very long time.
Let her finish.
It was talking about a very specific person, and a lot of people have used that to relate to every single person. And that's where I'm like that verse right there gets utilized a lot in the pro-birth, anti-abortion conversation. And I feel like that's like cherry picking a verse to make a point.
He was speaking to Jeremiah.
Thank you. He was speaking to a very specific person.
About whom? About whom?
About himself. Like it was God, like saying that God knew Jeremiah and knew his fate before he was even born.
I think we could maybe make the leap.
You're saying that Jeremiah got the only kitchen pass? Like none of us other motherfuckers get a kitchen pass?
I do think that that's a reasonable claim, right? I think you could say if it's possible for God to have known Jeremiah before he was born, I do think you could make the leap that he would know others before they were born.
Right. That is an assumption. Correct.
Yeah. So, but you're saying like, so you said that your political perspective differs from your biblical perspective. So like, where do your morals come from as a liberal Christian?
So I do believe that life intrinsically has value, and I do believe that it is an actual like miracle to conceive a child and for that child to be born. However, I understand the severity of women's bodies, like, and how pregnancy and birth can be a direct threat to her body. And that is where I, as someone of faith, that's where I have that, how could God create an environment within a woman's body where harm could happen because of this, quote, like, magical thing? Because it's like, especially now, like, being pregnant, having a baby, going through birth, like, I'm like, holy shit, my body is a fucking portal. But I'm also like, I was so scared the entire time that I was pregnant because I understood the weight and the gravity of how anything could happen and how I could lose my life, how my unborn baby could die in utero. Like, those are things that I, as someone of faith, it's really hard for me to grasp those things. Did that answer your question? I feel like I rambled a little.
I don't know that it did answer my question, just like, I think what you said was interesting, and I'm glad you said it, but I think it's just like, because I had asked you like where your morals come from, because basically I was just trying to get at like, sort of some of the debate that happened in that video was, there was basically there were some people who were trying to make a claim that abortion is not murder, right? That right. Either the Jewish perspective, allegedly, that life begins at first breath, and Jesus was a Jew and never really contested that, or, examples of where, like that weird story that she concedes is like a little bit confusing and hard to know exactly what's happening with the potion or whatever. There's people that went that route, but then there were other people who tried to go a route of like, well, we ought not to legislate religious morals, and that's a perspective I have long contested, even though I am a strong believer of separation of church and state. To me, the question of whether or not a person is a member of the state, at what point point they are a person, I think is relevant secularly. And if it was at the point of conception, then okay, then that's when they become an American and then now are protected by the Constitution.
So I think my biggest disconnect is that a positive pregnancy test does not equate to a living being. Now, hear me out. That is not a promise that a baby will be born. That is not a promise. Like, that pregnancy can end for whatever reason between conception and either there's no more development with the fetus or there's a birth, right? So to me, like, someone getting an abortion within the first few weeks, to me, I'm like, there's possibilities that there are so many women that have had unknown miscarriages or chemical pregnancies. That's another word that they call them as well, of like just being completely unaware that there was a fertilized egg. Like, a fertilized egg does not mean that a human is going to come about from a scientific standpoint.
For sure.
Sorry, Liberty, but I just.
Well, under normal pretenses, yes, it will. The exceptions are not the rule.
Okay, I was going to ask, so I'm not extremely passionate about this issue at all. It's not anywhere near the top of my list of issues that I'm passionate about, but how do you reconcile it?
One of my girlfriends, one of my kids, so trust me, I'm very passionate.
I'm not asking if you're passionate. I was talking to Princess. How do you... It sounds like you're struggling with your position on this yourself. So how do you reconcile the intentionality of, it may not possibly result in a baby versus, intentionally destroying the baby through human intervention?
I think, like, I politically am very strong in my stance that I don't think that government should be intervening in women's health care and their, like, reproductive choices. Like, I'm very firm in that. Like, and I'm very passionate about that. And I also,
I agree, by the way.
Yeah, so, like, politically, like, I'm very strong on it. And I've always said, like, I feel like my morals, I feel like it's up to the person's moral decision.
Well, I gotta ask you a question seriously, like, Princess, like, straight to you. Like, if you and I found each other attractive at a bar one night, right? And I'm a grown man, you're a grown woman.
The answer is I would get an abortion, period.
Alright, that wraps up this topic.
So does that mean I get to kill your dad?
What the fuck? No, because again, a fertilized egg does not equate.
Well, you killed my son. Why don't I kill you killed one of my family members, I can kill one of yours.
Okay, I think I found what I was asking about, Princess, then. So you fundamentally do not believe that life begins at conception?
I mean, I think, like, from a high-level scientific, like, view, yes. Like, it has to start somewhere, right? Like,
everyone believes life begins at conception.
Right. It's like
I don't think everyone does believe that.
It has to start somewhere, right? Like, but to me, I understand that, like, a woman does not need to be a vessel used to grow a baby.
No, but if you and I actually didn't go to a bar and we met at, like, a beach cleanup I'm an environmentalist. I like to do beach cleanups.
If I have a one-night stand, I'm not carrying that baby to term.
What?
Period.
Why? Is it because of the way I look?
Oh my god.
No.
This is I'm married. I have a baby. Like, I'm not here to play hypothetical games to deal with some man's insecurities.
Well, you're the one that's stuck in your own, like, rut. I'm trying to pull you out the mud.
And have you seen pictures of Doc from when he was in the military? Those babies would be adorable, Princess.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not viewing men on this app as someone that I'm gonna, like, procreate with. I have a man that I'm procreating with.
I've never met anybody on this
thing on Google about while you guys were talking. In Exodus 21:22 through 25, there's a law described that says there's a penalty for a man who causes a pregnant woman to miscarry, and that's a fine. But if the man causes the death of the mother, then it says there should be a life for a life. So according to Google, this is an example that is sometimes used to show that the Bible suggested that the life of a fetus or baby inside a woman is not necessarily equal to the life of the person itself outside of the womb. So I thought that was interesting.
Welcome to Southern Baptist.
That was also brought up in the video where they were debating like personhood and value.
Yeah, I haven't heard it before, so I thought that was super interesting.
Yeah, they definitely brought it up. I think her counter to that was just that there are she brings up a lot the difference between description and prescription, right? That the laws of the land do not necessarily necessitate the laws of God, like, and especially in Exodus and Leviticus, that it's not necessarily like just because there was lots of laws in those books that Jesus never intended us to follow later. So the prescription description thing, and also just she brought up like other
Prescription and description. Do y'all hear those words?
There were the words that she used. Prescription meaning God is telling you you ought to do something. Description being a description of what was happening at the time, whether or not God condoned it.
And I always say it like this: as boys will always complain about what should be, and men make it what it is.
Thank you for your contribution.
I think every woman in the room should go should go in PTR order and talk about their personal view on abortion, and then what would happen if they had a one-night stand with Doc that ended in a pregnancy.
That would never happen.
I've been celibate for 4 years, even though I talked about like I get like a bullet, even though when I had my Porsche, my Skyline.
I will say, when I was slutting around, I would have gotten an abortion if I got pregnant. Like, that was like a no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, I was fully aware of like what behavior I was partaking in, and knew that if that came about. I also like have had the conversations with my husband about like,
girl, I got a vasectomy at 32 and a circumcision at the same time.
But just for the record, I think Doc would have stepped up and taken care of the baby. You know, he would assume that responsibility as the man.
Shit, even if
you good, girl.
Even if the child wasn't mine, I was adopted, dude.
Yeah, and he has money. I remember seeing him just send $100 when he was drunk to someone on the app randomly who just asked him, for instance.
It's the easiest thing just happened.
Yeah, but it's a by deflection. Like Bima, what it was is like Princess was saying that if even somebody like me that has got everything that's paid for with like, you know, Dundada shit money, it doesn't matter to her. If I got her pregnant, she would abort my child.
I think Bima was going to share a story and not was looking for a recap of what had just happened in the room.
I think Princess also just doesn't like hearing the order of words of Doc got me pregnant in a row. I think it's maybe triggering to her.
Bima, what's going on? What happened? You wouldn't believe what just happened. So I'm sitting here and I'm hearing you guys talk, but then I also hear Issa, like Issa's talking too, and I'm like, is somebody playing something like over their thing, you know? And I'm looking and I'm like, wait a second, no, this doesn't even make sense. They're not even talking about. They're not talking about is your cousin. They're talking about abortion. I'm like, what just happened? I was in 2 rooms at one time. Isn't that crazy? Like I had to go out.
I think that's a
and I had
known glitch on Clubhouse.
Oh,
Yeah, I've had that
it's the first time that happened to me. I was freaking out.
Hey, remember in season 2, if you were on Clubhouse and you got a phone call, you would go off and they'd put you on mute, but you'd be in a, like, talking to somebody, but you could hear the whole fucking room. Remember that shit?
I just want to say that I would carry Doc's daughter to full term and I would hire Seneca to beat her to a bloody pulp. That's how I would proceed in my work. I would carry his daughter to full term and I would hire Seneca to kill her.
That's what we call a double punchline.
But I'll tell you right now. Hey, Mike, if I was ever your daughter, you could treat me like Agamemnon and cut my head off to get favorable wins, so you can go get like Helen of Troy back.
Oh, fuck.
Period. That's right.
There it is.
Also, I'm pretty sure I've met Gilbert like long fucking time ago because I used to be in the digital quote unquote influencer world of like liberal Christians. I was like, oh my god, he looks so familiar. I'm pretty sure I've met him, but I can't remember because it's been such a long time. Because back in the day, I had a video like pick up some traction that was titled something similar to like I'm a Christian and support like marriage equality, and needless to say, I had a lot of people reach out to me in regarding that.
Famous.
Oh, I know. I still I have this one. He was a kid at the time, and I was at a convention, a YouTube convention, and he came up to me and was like, "Hey, I'm here with my dad. Like your video really encouraged me and to come out to my dad and still continue to explore my faith and Christianity." And I still follow him to this day, and he is just living his fabulous life, and it makes me so happy.
Well, we should all live through peace, love, health, and wealth in our lives, and actualize ourselves to the best of ourselves by making good choices.
Thanks for being here.
I do think it is really interesting. There was a lot of the conversation about gay marriage and sexuality and sexual orientation and and I think one thing that just does not sit well with me is basically telling an entire group of people, you can't love like me and your love can't be holy like mine. And that just seems such a fucking gut punch.
No, I mean, you're equating that applying to one particular portion of the population, but that doesn't just apply to one particular portion of the population. That applies to heterosexuals too, that are fucking outside of marriage and
right, but it's I feel like it's but they're saying but see, I feel like the argument isn't you're being unloving and you're being sinful. It's but the merit, the Bible only, I'm trying to remember what she said.
Ooh.
We're talking about a video debate between one Christian, Allie Beth Stuckey, and 20 liberal Christians. This is the heart of the conversation.
Oh, that was recently. Yeah, I just only watched half of it. I'm sorry.
No worries.
He destroyed them all, by the way. versus one, like, conservative.
I think that one was.
I love those.
That one was, I think, a capitalist. One capitalist versus 20 like socialist liberals. Yeah.
They've all done. Dude, a lot of people have been through that. That's a good room.
But Princess, I think like it's not like, is it not just accurate to say that some loves are more holy than others? Like, is that not just the truth?
I disagree.
You think?
Yeah.
I mean, what if I had a loving couple that treated each other with kindness and followed each other in faith and read the Bible together and blah blah blah, like did their best to.
Well, are they homo or hetero?
Hang on, and then you have another couple where they are vile toward each other. They they disrespect each other. They just like they maybe they have behaviors where they drink too much and they don't encourage each other to be better. Like, you don't think one of those loves is more holy than the other?
1.5 years.
So I personally don't think that they are acting in love, just because it's like in the Bible, it's like the fruit of the Spirit, and I feel like that is, and there's like you guys are like catching, I'm like, I'm working, so I'm like, I can't just be like, oh, let me pull out my Bible.
I can. I got it right here. I just gotta find my
like
fucking glasses.
there are the list of things that come from love, and I just
there they are.
For me, like, I don't feel like that second couple is acting in love.
Sure. So you're taking a definitional approach, like essentially.
Are we talking about a man and a woman in a traditional relationship, or what are we talking about?
The fact of the matter is like we're called to love in general, and like there are different types of love.
Yeah. There are 20. Dude, if you look at the concordance through Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew, if you open up the back of the concordance of like a Strong's Bible, look up the word love in English, it'll tell you it's said 107 times in the Bible, and it'll show you where it's said in the Aramaic, and you can look up the definitions of the words where the passages where they're talking about love, and it'll show you through the Aramaic and the Hebrew and the Greek, and then into the Roman, and then to the King James, and to the NIV. Like, dude, that motherfucking book cost me $450. Like, I love studying religion, but I think people got it all screwed up. Because I'm the one that went to freaking Iraq, and I thought I was a poor kid from like South Georgia. I went to Iraq and I was like, damn, these motherfuckers are really poor. And like, they were the nicest people, like talking about Southern hospitality, like how we do down here in the South. Like, hey, we ain't got much, but what we got, you can have some of, kind of thing. Like, they were the same way. And I love my friends from Iraq.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't want to hurt me, but I love the ones that wanted to be my friend.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Respect. Serendipity, remember what you were going to say?
No.
We were talking about, like, if one love can be more holy than another. And I think Princess is taking a definitional approach of, like, if it is love, then it is holy. And if it is not holy, then it's not love. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate.
Okay. And I think that that's a way to look at it. So, but then you would have to then ask the question of, like, how can you make the claim that homosexual love is holy?
Well, number one, how can you make the claim that any love is holy? Because the only thing that's holy is God. Like, I don't know. You can, like, that whole concept of being holy presups that we're capable of holiness, and I don't think we're really capable of holiness.
But Liberty, I know you from Adam, and it doesn't matter, like, your proclivities. Whatever you do and whomever whatever you feel that you are part of while you're alive. Because don't take life so seriously. None of us get out of life alive. We're all gonna die.
Well, let me make one thing really clear, first of all, is that this is not my position. Like,
I'm just, may I finish my part?
Person, like,
May I finish my part?
yeah, you have a very clear misunderstanding.
May I finish my part?
Hold on, Don. Go easy.
She interrupted me.
Bro, you keep interrupting everybody all the time.
Everybody all the
Okay,
time.
everybody.
I'm saying like sometimes, did he leave? I feel bad.
Yeah, I didn't. I guess I shouldn't have interrupted him because that was hypocritical of me. But it's hard when someone's like going on a diatribe about something they just like he was not understanding that I'm steel manning right now. Like, I do not believe it's wrong. I think it's very easy to argue that being gay is not biblical. I think it's easy to argue that. I don't personally agree with that belief, but I think it's an easy argument to make. And so I'm for the sake of the room, I was just steel manning. I personally have no issues with being homosexual.
Yeah, everyone be gay.
That's all that I wanted to tell him. I wanted to say it's not right for. I wanted to say it's not right for people to interrupt, but sometimes you can give the exception when they're letting you know that you're on the wrong track, so you don't have to waste your time.
Yeah, I don't want it to evangelize to me about being gay is okay. It's just that.
Well, I like to read a poem called "It's Okay to Be Happy" by Candidate. It's only 60-second poem. It's called
No.
Do you have 60 seconds for a poem?
All right, someone ping me when he moves. Bye.
Bring him back in. He did leave.
Hey, I have a question. I need help. So, I mean, we all know that, but I've been trying to get, I want a new bag for my stuff, for my journaling, ecosystem. And I would go on Facebook Marketplace, and I'm trying to find just, a canvas bag. I just want, a canvas, just a canvas messenger bag. And there is no canvas messenger bag in the freaking 60-mile radius of me that is a reasonable price, reasonably priced. I mean, reasonably priced, obviously cheap enough for me to want to get it, right? Used and abused. And so I was just let me just take a look on, what the horrible Amazon has to offer me. And it does. It's I mean, I could less. I don't have to go driving around. I don't have to buy something that I don't know. So anyway, two colors. One first, if anyone has a messenger bag, a canvas messenger bag that they're willing to sell me, I'm looking up to $30. If you anywhere 30, 35, I mean 35 would probably be most. Let me know. But I have two options so far, okay? And this is the first option, and I'm not sure which color to go with. Okay, so this is the first one. Check my PTR, everybody. This is option 1. Everybody look. Ooh. Ah. Okay, and now this is the second option. Okay, this is the second option. Should I go with 1 or 2? The first option or the second option?
2.
1.
Anybody else? Because I need to take a tally now.
I just need the first option again. Sorry to be that guy.
I like 2.
Okay, that's 2 women going for 2.
So Bima, here's the question. Are you in the mood for a darker texture, or are you in the mood for something a little more military-esque?
So that's my problem. Those are my colors, like green, forest green, like the military green, and then the browns. I love both of them equally. I can't make up my mind.
The brown is going to be a lot more versatile. It's going to go with more.
That's true.
I like two.
Yeah, number two, just because I can imagine you roughing it up yourself and creating some character yourself in there.
Okay, Mike, I'm gonna show you one again. This is two, and I'll show you both.
I saw one. I went back in picture history.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You got plus. So you think two, too?
Number two is it, I think.
Okay. I'm nervous. Okay, I'm gonna get two.
Is that you in your PTR?
Ooh, me or
Mike.
Mike? That?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You look like.
That's a good shot. I like that. That's a good shot.
Thanks, man. It was like a goofy. I was on a set, and I just stood in the camera for a minute. Stood on set, and I was like, I took a guest picture for no reason whatsoever.
And it came out bougie.
Yeah, it did.
I just wanted to say I was I was enjoying the conversation about theology. I like having conversations about theology and opinions and life.
As far as Doc was going, he can make a good point sometimes, and from what I hear, he likes to get drunk in the mornings. I mean, who doesn't? But I saw how things were going on, and he often does do that. You guys can't. And not to say that, and again, I respect vets too, but there's a difference between being a vet and being obnoxious. Don't use being a vet as a reason to be obnoxious. That's what I'm gonna say on that.
Yeah, I'm a vet too. Hi. We all know Doc. We've known Doc for years, and we've all worked with Doc on trying to, kind of work with him and kind of not totally push him out because he's choosing a lifestyle. We all have, our issues, and we all have the things. I'm also, like I said, a veteran, so I have a softness towards my brothers and sisters because I get it. I've seen the worst of the worst, and he's not the worst of the worst. He can be helped, and he can be a part of the conversation. He has to play nice, though. You're right. He does need to.
I will say though, sometimes he frustrates the shit out of me because my husband can get drunk and he likes to debate when he's drunk, and it annoys me sometimes. So I feel like I was having a very short temper.
Here's the nice thing about Doc. Doc doesn't hold on to anything. Like, room, you have a good exchange, it's great. You have a room, you have an exchange with him, and he ends up getting moved to the goo or whatever. He didn't care. The next time you see him, he's already moved on.
I just didn't agree with the stuff you said about Iraq is all. The Middle East is not necessarily like to represent what Western democracy is about.
Yeah. I find that to be global, though.
I do want to say, Liberty, you were valid, though, to stop him in his tracks, because I did see it going down a route that it wasn't representing who you were or what the conversation was about. I think he was centering you for a second, which was also, I don't know, uncomfortable, and I can imagine that I would have stopped it, too.
Retrospectively, I would probably have just let him say what he wanted to say. But yeah, in a normal person, in a normal state of mind, I think it would have been fine, but I probably should have just recognized maybe not I didn't really know the history, so.
Poor John. I wouldn't listen to his phone, so he just opened up. Oh.
I don't feel, is he okay? I heard he kind of records rooms and stuff. He has a lot of Instagrams he's trying to follow me with?
Yeah.
Okay, it's normal. Okay, got it.
Yeah. It is. It's normal. For him. I didn't say it was normal. It's normal for him. I do occasionally let him come on stage and elevate the room with his poetry because he keeps it to 60 seconds, you know. I humor him. Because I believe in humoring people. People are all the peoples. The Docs, the Johns.
I don't know. I give it to him. I don't know why he likes to. I mean, like, I haven't figured it out yet. But this character that he sells, you know, the character that he comes in here with, it's so, like, I think people probably get more annoyed than not with that. But there have been times, very few, but there have been times where I go into one of his rooms and we have, like, a normal conversation. Like, just, like, he's normal. Like, normally. And yes, and I'm just like, what? Who is this? Isn't the same person I know? What?
I agree, we might have the same experience. But here's the one thing, you can't count on that normal from him. Can't.
Oof. That's deep.
Yeah. Same for me. It's great when you get it. It's just not something you can rely to be there at any given moment. But I don't think he's evil.
No, but he's not evil, but he is a textbook, absolute 100% narcissist. Like, every single thing that he has to offer is about himself, but sometimes it's like awkwardly about himself. Like, he'll come in and turn something onto himself out of the blue when it's like super awkward to do so, and you're like, what? Like, okay, yeah, all right, dude. Like, everything is about himself. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, you can't talk to him for more than a few seconds before he's going to turn whatever's going on back to himself.
I can definitely see where I think that observation is very valid in what he shows. I don't think he's a true narcissist, though.
Well,
I could be wrong. I think he plays one. He's performative and he leans into that persona. But I think there's a big difference between him and I'm trying to think who else is like a really well-known narcissist.
I don't think he's a dangerous. I think narcissists can be really dangerous. I don't think he's a dangerous narcissist.
Yeah.
And he might even be like there's also a difference between real narcissists, like pathological narcissists, and then like people who socially act like narcissists because they don't know any different, right? Like, there's two different like types of.
Yeah.
And
I don't think he's the pathological kind of narcissist. That doesn't track with him.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's nefarious. I don't think he's dangerous or nefarious or in bad intention. But I do think he might be an actual pathological narcissist. But I don't know. He's incapable of not turning things on himself. Like, he's literally capable of it. It's not something he does as a shtick. He does it like organically.
It kind of seems like when the points come out, like he genuinely means them. It's not like it's a troll move or it's nothing. It does seem pathological.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't think he's bad intention. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I think he's a character. Like, he's a perfect example of somebody that, like, I wrap my head around. It's like, oh, this is the character. This is the Elmer Fudd character that comes in here and he talks, you know, with a weird lisp, and we all know that's who he is, and he's goofy. And, like, I mean, if that's who he is, he's that character. And, like, we're all characters, kind of, but some of us are more cartoonish than others. He's very cartoonish. He's drunk most of the time.
Hey, y'all, speaking of having conversations. I know we had a really, really heavy conversation this morning. I wanted to give you guys a heads up. Did you hear that story in the news about the 9-year-old and the 10-year-old that attacked the 5-year-old? I'm trying to be.
Was this an older story?
No, this just happened. A 9-year-old and a 10-year-old were just recently charged with, I think, raping and murdering a 5-year-old child. And Francie is going to do a room today, I believe. She said that the mother described the 5-year-old as completely unrecognizable when she had to go and view the body. They beat her so badly. So Francie's doing a room today on parents and children, like signs that your child might need to be evaluated, statistics on child violent crimes, parental responsibility, failures of CPS, prisons for children versus psychiatric help for children, and prevention for parents on how to help. I don't know that you can keep your kid. I think that sociopaths are born. I think. I'm not even real sure on that. But yeah, she's doing a room about it today. Apparently, that scenario was very, very gruesome.
That's terrible. I don't know if y'all's story, this happened in like 1993, 95. There's two, I'll go through this quickly, you can look it up. In Liverpool, England, 2 10-year-old boys kidnapped a 2-year-old boy and they killed him like that. This is in the 90s. Something's going on. I don't know.
I'm going to see if I can pull the story. Honestly, I have avoided this. I heard about it, but I've avoided looking for this story.
I might respectfully leave the room, if you could let me know when you're done having this conversation.
I won't bring it up anymore. I just want to.
I want to respect, like, some people want to have the conversation, but I'm having a lot of, like, yeah.
Well, like I said, I've avoided it myself, Melissa, so I get that.
It seems like everybody's been having trouble trying to define the insanity that has been going on with all of these different situations. And I think that social media and AI has had a lot to do with people's opinions, with their ability to create their own opinions. And it's kind of frightening because it seems like there, as Vera said, something going on, a greater power maybe that we can't see. And, that's my inner conspiracy theorist talking, but that's how I truly feel about it. Like, there is something greater going on, and every time we're looking at the newest, what we feel is the newest shock value, they're already planning the next one.
I've asked this question a million times of, is it just in how could it be just in my lifetime that it seems like the world is falling apart and there's major deaths and assassinations? Has this always been? Or is it only recently, in the last 38 years that I've been walking?
Don't you think that some of this, because statistically, and I hate to be this person, statistically, crime was at its pinnacle, at its height, like in the 80s, I think early 90s. But I think that because of the easy access to material, with our phones and social media and the internet, I think we're just exposed to a lot more than we were back then. Because the statistics don't bear it out that it's worse now.
Yeah, I also think it's precisely because the world is so much safer and less violent now that when obscure examples of violence and stuff that it's so much more jarring, you know, like, because we're so used to the world being more calm than it is.
Well, and everybody has a video camera in their hands. Like, even when you historically heard stories, there oftentimes wasn't like video corroboration, and now we're
Security
actually
everywhere. Security cameras.
yeah, we're actually seeing people get blown away on live feed footages, and it's one
So,
thing to hear.
so here's where lies the real question and the real point. Is it the fact that we've seen it happen for so long that we've just became customly adapted to it? Like, have we became comfortably okay with it? Or are we lazy? Or are we scared? And is the point that since this has been happening even before the cameras, and when kids were shooting up Columbine and they thought the world was going to hell, and 9/11 happened and they thought it was going to be a whole national crisis, is it just possible that everybody's been in a denial, and the fact that every news source that places this new shocking event breaking, a new kid gets shot today, like, a lot of these, it's always about something shocking, and that's why people think it's so normal.
I don't know. This 5-year-old did not die, apparently.
I think the social media piece comes into play too, because I think that you have this like subset of people who, you know, they want attention. They want to do something horrific that will make people go, oh my gosh, this is so terrible. Like, they want to scare people or whatever. Like, now they have this incredible tool of social media to like execute that plan very effectively in a way that, like, back in the day you might have like lit up all the local newspapers, but it wouldn't have been global news.
Yeah. Like I said, everybody's got a video camera, a camera, right at their fingertips. There's not much that goes on anymore that, you know, we don't see, like, up close and personal.
Yeah, we're also finding out, because of technology, I'm sure, and access, we're also finding out a lot of the things that have been happening from the 60s, the 50s, even the 30s. So
yeah,
it's all just coming at us right now, full force, all, like, everything, no hold bars. It's crazy.
Yeah, I just read my first story on these kids. It's just, fortunately, there's not a whole lot of detail because these are all babies, but
Yeah, it's hard to talk about when children murder each other. And how do we handle situations like this? How do we treat the child and the victim and their families, also the families of the children who committed the crime? Because I'm sure the families are also equally, what the hell?
is anybody going to be triggered if I read this very short synopsis
I'll be fine
of the charges? Prosecutors say a 9-year-old boy, a 10-year-old girl are facing initial charges of attempted murder, rape, felonious assault, kidnapping, and strangulation. The victim's mother said she dropped her daughter off on September 13th at a family member's home. Somehow the 5-year-old walked out the front door and was badly beaten by a group of kids outside. What I saw was unbelievable. My daughter was not my daughter. Her hair was scalped from her head. She had bruises and blood all over her body. Her eyes were filled with blood. Her lips and mouth were filled with blood. Her nails had debris and dirt stuck in them. Given the sensitive nature of the matter and the age of the suspects, police have not released any further details about the attack. Wow.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
9 and 10-year-olds, felonious assault.
Right. I think about that age a lot. I think that's what's more in my mind than the murders or the anything. You can say anything. In my mind, it's like 9 and 10.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah. You know those two young girls that the Slenderman killing, the Slenderman bite attack? That was the one girl didn't die. Thank God she didn't die. They just did an interview on those two girls in prison and the victim. Really interesting. The girls are about to be released from prison soon. It's very interesting. But it'll probably help because the girls are now adults. Maybe it'll put some insight, give some insight on this. Terrible. Damn,
Yeah, that's a lot. All that to say, though, I think Francie's doing a room on it later today.
Can someone ping me in just to make sure?
I will.
Thank you. I'm interested in things like murder, and how that happens. How do people get to murder? It's just so interesting to me. I want to understand.
Yeah. Starts with anger and hate, you know? I think that's why I worry so much about all the finger wagging and the pointing, and I can honestly say, like, if a right-wing crazy nut job does something crazy, like, I don't feel accountable for that crazy person, nor do I think I should feel accountable for that crazy person. They did a crazy thing because they're fucking crazy. But yet we all play this game of the left did this, you know, and vice versa. When a left-wing radicalized person does something crazy, I'm not thinking their politics made them crazy. I think these matters go a lot deeper than the politics of it all.
That is interesting. I do feel like a lot of people might share the same sentiment. I have noticed that, and you hear people kind of argue that. Go ahead, Liberty.
No, I was just gonna affirm that like I feel like Clubhouse is the best place to find those people where it's like you know who they are. They come into the room, and it's like you can just tell they have like brain worms or something, you know, where they're just like incapable of having an objective perspective because they're just so entrenched in the media that affirms their confirmation biases, you know? Like, we all see them.
Yep.
I mean, when Monica said yesterday that she's capable of seeing both sides, that she criticizes the right, and you said no, she doesn't, or you rarely see it, she never ever does. She's literally brainwashed. She's one of the examples. She's smart, but she's fucking brainwashed. She literally can't. The first time there's conversation about a real issue that the right's responsible for, she immediately starts throwing out examples of the left. Immediately. She can't talk, she can't face it, she can't address it. She'll deny it if she can, but if it's undeniable, she'll just shift the focus to the left. It's not a right or left issue. It's weird for somebody like me that isn't right or left to listen to these people do this. Because I'm kind of like, guys, there's fucking weirdos all over the place. You think weirdos don't have different political opinions? Like, you're both responsible. It's the fringes, man. Like, when are you going to start realizing the fringes are the problem? It's not one fringe over the other fringe, it's both of them. Doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I don't get it.
I personally find it a little hard to like interact with it in real life. It's like it's easier on the internet, but like I was
hanging out with my best friend a week ago, and they were like just talking about how like, oh, their friend lives in Chicago, and like, oh my gosh, this is just like so scary what's happening with ICE. Like, it's just like, it's not human. It's not safe for them to be out on the street. Like, they literally said the words, these ICE agents aren't human. And I was like, I didn't even know what to say. Like, I regret to say that I guess I didn't really say anything. I just said, like, I just kind of nodded and was like, you know, like, yeah, it is pretty intense right now. You know, like, I was just like, what do you say? You know, what do you say to that? Like, I probably should have been like, oh, that rhetoric I think is inappropriate, you know, but it's like, they're my best friend, and, you know, they're my only friend, really. So it's like, you know, you don't want to put strain on the relationship. I don't want to have a political argument. So it's so much easier to just move on. But I know that there are times where you probably do really need to address something.
Yeah. It's hard because
Did you lose your train of thought? You said it's hard because.
I did. I got a Teams message. Yeah, I completely lost my train of thought. I don't know. That's one of those things that I'm really struggling with right now, is because I feel like, you know, based on the little affirmations in the house that we've been posting, to disagree is not disrespect. And you can say almost anything without offending people. It's not what you say generally, it's how you say it. And I feel like I've been pushing back on Monica really hard lately because I think I've felt like this conviction about, like, don't just sit back and let people say things that you disagree with and not provide pushback on it, you know? And I get really frustrated sometimes for the same thing that Mike was saying. Like, I just feel like you're willing to hold people accountable if it's to your advantage to make your quote unquote side look better. But then there's a complete and total lack of accountability if it's something that doesn't portray your side in a favorable light. And
I mean, I thought it was interesting this morning in Beth's house when we were talking about swearing, and I was talking about how, you know, I said this earlier about somehow it's an indication of higher intelligence, according to a lot of research. First thing I hear is research is all bullshit. So first I hear is a denial of facts. And then I hear somebody say, well, it doesn't make you sound very smart when you're saying 20 cuss words in a sentence. And I said, okay. I said, can we talk about something, the nuance between saying 20 cuss words in a sentence and saying that swearing, that no swearing is acceptable, or that it has no purpose? I said there's a middle ground there that we should be talking about, because the reality is not that. I'm not claiming if somebody says 20 cuss words in a sentence is smarter than other people. That's like you're basically steel manning me, or you're basically gaslighting me about what I'm trying to argue, right? And so I said that, and it was real eye-opening, because I was in a really conservative room, and the first thing I was accused of was being a liberal. Nuance. Nuance is a word that liberals use, according to this fucking guy. I'm like, so are you just making the argument that conservatives are locked-in retards, incapable of seeing nuance? Is that what your argument is, by calling me a liberal because I'm talking about fucking using a slight bit of nuance to this conversation? Like, you keep wanting to throw me on the edge. That's why I'm not accepted sometimes in conservative groups. I'm not accepted in liberal groups. workers because they both play the same fucking game.
Amen.
The only person that's not accepted is the person that sees both of it and says you're both fucked up and I'll show you why. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to fucking hear it. And they don't want to hear common sense arguments. Like, for instance, abortion. I've said this before. Listen, personally, if it looks like two bubbles in a third bubble, I'm not so concerned about taking medicine so it doesn't stick to the side of the uterus. If it looks like a seahorse, I don't know. I'm not quite sure about that. I'm a little still more okay with it than if it's a full fucking baby with arms and legs and fingers and it's sucking on its thumb when you pop its skull open and suck its brain out. Yeah, that bothers me. So, like, do I represent a large majority of people? Yes, I do, actually. I'm probably the majority who says that the bubbles are okay to not stick to the side of the womb intentionally. I'm okay with that. And the seahorse, I'm kind of okay with that too if it's a tiny seahorse, especially if it's a seahorse without a brain. But the fetus, the baby, the fucking human being that you waited 7 months, not do anything about, and now you want to take action? No, fuck you. Can't have it. Like, that's what it requires. And until people are able to have that conversation and recognize that probably 75% of people agree with me, then, you know, the morning after pill being okay is what I'm saying, right? It's very extreme a pro-lifer to be against the morning after pill. Like, you're going to give these people absolutely no choice to correct their mistake, even fucking hours after they made it. Well, then you're going to have to deal with their mistake. And hey, pro-lifers, I don't see you doing a lot about fucking adoption. You're not making it cheaper. You're not making it easier. You don't give a fuck once they're here. That's why I don't believe it's legit. I believe you legitimately just want to control people. I do. Because if you didn't, if you really cared about the babies, then you would be concerned about the babies that you forced to be born to women that don't want them.
The cousins and like what I'm doing for them.
Oh my God.
If you
so,
no,
I'm almost done.
you're not fired though. You are still.
So to finish up, if you really cared about the babies, if you really did, then you would be concerned when you force them to be born to people who don't want them. Because you would worry that they are not going to have a very good life living with people who don't want them. You would find a solution for that. You would make it easier. You'd make it cheaper. You would take the profitability out of abortion. You'd make it less than $30,000 to take a kid into your fucking household as a couple that desperately wants one. But I don't see Christians doing shit about that. All they want to fucking do is stop abortion.
Fair to say.
I don't see them shit about it.
Most people that are pro-life are also pro-major adoption reform and making it easier for childless couples to.
If they put 1/10 of the effort into that,
most Christians don't give a shit about what's going to happen to these unwanted quote-unquote babies.
They don't think about it. What do most Christians do about it? You don't think that a majority of Christians do nothing about it? What, if you go to your church right now, what percent of your church have anything to do with the abortion system?
A lot. Our church runs a foster care program. Like, they encourage foster care and adoption all the time. So, like, it's not fair to say most Christians don't care jack all shit about these unwanted babies.
I think most Christians are trying to control people. I think most Christians are shitty Christians. Most. Both of those things are true. Thank you.
Point there. I've seen a lot of Christians in my life act so fucking hardcore about the Bible, excuse my language, but they've acted so die hard with it, like they use it as their like life's manual, and then they'll end up doing some Pornhub style stuff on the weekends, and then on Sunday they'll act like they've been wiped clean. That, you know, that it happens with a lot of people, and I don't think that there's truly a genuine, I don't think that there's really a true definition for, or a way to be a Christian. I think the best way really would just be to love, respect your neighbor, and to know what's right and wrong, and just using basic common sense. And I think people often like to use the Bible as a way to cause more divide rather than bring unity.
I agree, and I know that Christians don't have lower divorce rates, and I know they don't have lower infidelity rates. So I would argue that Christians are not worse than other people, but they're no better than other people. They're exactly other people who believe something, but they do like the criticize and to expect others to follow their rules. That's very important to them. So that's the difference. If they're no better or worse than anybody else,
I disagree.
they have agendas
I
that
don't
are different than other
think
people.
that way. And none of the Christians are not perfect people. Christians are not perfect people.
Well, they're not only perfect, they're not even elevated above regular non-Christians. They're nothing, actually. I'm not saying they're not perfect. They're not even better at doing the things that they argue need to happen. They're exactly the same as everyone else with an agenda that's different than other people's.
When you're Christian right now, are we saying people that have, like, they put Christian as their religion and they can't really name a single Bible verse off the top of their heads, those types of people?
Yeah, they go to church every Sunday, maybe, or whatever. Just people that say
It's a small amount of Christians that go to church every Sunday, if you believe it or not. Like most Christians probably do not go to church every Sunday. They'll skip a Sunday depending on how hungover they are. And I mean, not to say that they're like bad people, but that's just the reality of it. Most people, and this is of almost any religion you can think of, they're not like the most devout. Being devout is rare in the sense that, they actually they abide by what they preach and they go to church consistently. They're active in their church. They contribute. They pay tithe. That's rare. That is rare. You're not going to see that often. So I guess I could agree with you if you say that those count as Christians. Most Christians aren't really, as Christian as they should be. But
listen, infidelity and porn are viewed, the statistics are exactly the same. They're identical. Like if Christianity was doing anything, you think you could tackle those things to show any kind of movement on the needle that represents that they are abstaining to any kind of their values that they profess? Like, do you think you could find examples of any statistics that would show that it's like, that it's rising above average non-Christians in certain capacities? Like, it's very hard to find those.
I think I'd have to look at the statistics. Some statistics you'll see are from like the 90s and 2000s, but generally, ironically, happiness rates in marriages among Christians are higher. Marriage rates, divorce rates are lower. I could go down the list, but I'd have to look at the statistics again. Like, there is a visible difference. And of course, like, there's still levels of infidelity and other things that are, considered sinful, but there is a difference amongst the general population, both in what I've seen in person and what I could gather from statistics.
I guess I have to look it up before I just say that. I'd be curious, so maybe I'll Google it and figure it out. I think infidelity's identical. I've looked it up in the past, at least it used to be. But maybe there's other things that are different. I guess I can look at it.
Several sources indicate, hold on, it's still analyzing, hang on. Ooh, it's doing a lot of analyzing.
Religious organizations are probably the biggest donators to charity. So whether they're Catholic or just evangelical, half the reason homeless people in my town get clothes are due to the churches. So I don't think there's been so much like arguments I've had with like atheists who are like, and I'm not saying this is like, but they're like, religion's just terrible.
Faith-based marriages experience about 30% fewer divorces than non-faith-based marriages.
But you were kind of leading on to a point that I was gonna make. Like what I've witnessed as far as Christianity is concerned, there are three types of Christians. There are the Christians that live their life by Christianity. There are gangster Christians who use Christianity as a way to justify a means to an end. And then there are the corporate Christians, those who use the name of Christianity to further their own agenda financially. So I would kind of use the statistic more in that range as to where infidelity in marriages and stuff like that fall short.
which Christians do you think are representative of Christians as a whole?
Right now, I believe that the corporate Christianity represents it as a whole based off of a lot of public events that have gone down, and just a lot of, especially with I believe that a lot of people have actually been converting to Catholicism. My mother has been one of those people, and she did it for the wrong reason. So I'm thinking that if she did it for the wrong reason based off of something that she was told from a church she felt was rich or wealthy, I feel like corporate Christianity has more of a hold.
Why did she convert to Catholicism?
Because she was in love with a guy that she knew when she was 14, and he ended up being no good. Me and my brothers knew it, and we kind of wanted to hurt him, but we were told not to, and she converted pretty much for him, but she said that it was because God was pulling her in a different direction, and I'm like, huh, how can that made me question religion myself too, even further than I already had been. Like, how is it that you can have a faith, but that one faith of a particular branch makes you switch faiths? What if that faith wasn't any good for you? What good was the faith?
I mean, I don't know the situation in detail, but I mean, regardless of whether her motivations are honest, like I can see what you mean on the general point, but my point more so is that overall, you're going to see, for someone who's like a Christian, a genuine Christian, you're going to see a difference in their life. And that's not even 100% because works don't define your faith as a Christian, unless you're like a works-based Christian, which ironically Catholics are. That's another conversation. But my point is that you should see genuine changes in your life, and those changes are bared out in the statistics. Like, borne out the statistics, you could see that in statistics. Serendipity just read some, and charity is done by churches a lot. There's some corrupt churches, especially in certain foreign countries, unfortunately. But in the U.S., religious organizations donate by far, like, to charity. They're not the main nonprofit source, but obviously you're going to see the average church contributes more than the average, like, I don't fucking know, private business. So, like, and it's a good thing that we have churches that care, because if not, like, if we don't live in a society that values a certain level of spirituality or believes in a higher power, what motivation do we have at a certain point? If everything's secular, then this is another conversation in general, but if everything becomes secular, then I think people have less of a reason to give a shit about anything. So, I'll put the mic down.
Sorry, serendipity, didn't mean to hide.
No, you're fine. I don't mind. The thing of it is, I will be the first one to tell you there's a lot of modern day Christian name-only people, which don't help the Christian movement. But there's also a lot of really fucking good Christian people that stand by their word. Those things matter. That I happen to be a very faithful person. I don't think that the law should legislate my faith to anyone else. But I mean, I take scripture as the inerrant word of God. I try to live my life by the foundations of the Bible sets before me. I'm one of those people who call me a holy roller. I don't care. I don't think that my principles need to be legislated and that everybody else needs to live their life the way that I do. I think that we all have to come to personal decisions that we're comfortable with. And whether your personal decision is to walk with my God or whether your personal decision is to not, like, that's on you. I care about abortion. I also care about the fact that sometimes I think it's a necessary medical procedure that has to be done. It doesn't mean that I don't think that that baby's alive, but I think that there are sometimes circumstances where it's just not beneficial for anybody involved. I care about adoption being, I just had a kid, adopt a kid. Like, I care about adoption being affordable. My children had to make the choice between, you know, throwing $50,000 at adopting a child or throwing $50,000 at in vitro fertilization. And, you know, like, so these aren't just like fly-by topics for me. They're topics that I know from a personal standpoint intimately. And so, hell yeah, I care about that shit. I care. I mean, that's why I volunteered as a guardian ad litem in the court system. I care about these fucking kids that are in the system. I don't want to see these kids in the system. I also don't want to see people like my children have to get on an adoption agency waiting list and wait 7 to 8 years to fucking adopt a kid. So, like, yeah, I can recognize that all of these are problems in the system, and I can team with the people in my community. But to sit there and just collectively say, yeah, fuck Christians. Christians, they're just as bad as all the rest of us, and like, yeah, as a Christian, I'm going to take a little offense to that, and I'm going to stand up and say, no, that's not all Christians. It's not all Christians, and it's not even the proportionate number of Christians that I know, anecdotally. So, yeah, like, I don't know, just my opinion. Be it not so humble.
Honestly, Christians, we take a lot of slack sometimes. I don't think it's fair. I think we need to fight back.
Well, I think the good ones do, though. I think the good ones do. I think a lot of people, like I said, they identify as Christian in name only because it's their tradition or it's, you know, oh, I mean, you know, it doesn't hurt anybody to think about the afterlife and being reunited with your loved ones. If that's their co-pay, more power to them. Like, you got a lot of Christians like that.
We need to call out this Christophobia.
You know, but, I don't know. We should hold ourselves to a higher standard. We should live our lives in accordance with the scripture. And the basic, primary, fundamental tenet of that is love. And we don't, you know, collectively as a group always do a great job of that. But my church is very active in the community. They do huge community outreaches every year right before Christmas. They provide dental services to people that don't have dental insurance. They, you know, provide Christmases for single moms and single parents who are going through hard times and struggles. Like, but there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do. And people don't see it and they don't recognize it. All their, you know, yeah. Unfortunately, the Christian church has also done a lot of bastardizing of putting sin on a scale and measuring it and weighing it and counting some much worse than others, you know. They don't want to, you know, that you hear the rhetoric of, oh, you're gay, you're going to hell, there's nothing you can do about it. I wouldn't want anything to do with that religion either. Hello? But yet, oh, well, yeah, Brother Bob is over there cheating on his wife. We need to counsel him and pray for him. You know, he's just a sinner. I mean, yeah, it's got its problems for sure. It absolutely does. But
there's nothing more cringy that I've ever witnessed in my whole life than sitting in church on Sunday morning with some fucking guy that goes up on the stage and starts talking about how he has like a porn addiction in front of everybody.
Right?
Like, it's so fucking cringy. Like, I have whatever that German word is, like where you're embarrassed for somebody embarrassing themselves, that feeling you get, that same German word. I get that so quickly when I have that going on. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, dude, stop it, you know?
Let me tell you something, Matt. I just feel the devil crawling inside of me whenever I look at a naked female. I need to tell you that, brother. I need to tell you.
But you know, if you're gay, you're going to hell, and there just ain't a damn thing in the world you can do about it.
Dang, God can't help it if you touch yourself. But if you touch a man, you're going to hell.
I can poke fun. Like I said, I can poke fun at the places where they really fucking miss the mark.
Yeah.
To me, adultery is far worse. It's far worse a sin than homosexuality. There are victims in adultery. You know, like, what the fuck are we talking about? If a preacher cheats on his wife, he should not be in the fucking pulpit. Hello.
And I went to this. I went to this church when I first moved to Georgia, which was it was based on a Methodist originally, but it branched out on its own. It was this little church. It was super humble. They met in the Lockheed Union Hall, where they had Lockheed, and they met in this room. They had boxes in the back where you gave a donation when you walked in if you wanted, but they didn't pass a plate around. They never talked about money. It was like the coolest thing. When I went to Alpha course there, which they taught about the history of Christianity and arguments you can use to talk about people, talk about the dinosaurs, random shit like that. That's what Alpha is, like a story. What do they call it? What do they call it when you're, what's the word, when you're using scientific evidence to prove Christianity from the Christian standpoint? It's got a word. It's something. I can't remember what it is. I'll think of it. Apologetics. So Alpha is the class that teaches apologetics, basically. I went to that. But this church was so humble. It was so cool. It was so nice. The people were so sweet. I really felt it was very community-based. They're doing tons of outreach, all this stuff. And then, over time, it started getting bigger. And then, before it filled the hall, they started passing around plates. And then they were talking about taking money every fucking weekend. Okay? Every time, they're just constantly taking money now, talking about money, talking about their growing church, all this shit. Boom. They bought a property, then they freaking built this big ass church, had no fucking windows. It was the darkest, dankest, cave-like, weird structure ever on the inside. They built this church, and they all start going to it, and they get a pop band, and now they're hiring a better pop band, and now they're paying their pop band. And, like, it became this thing, and I was like, oh, this fucking sucks. And it was like, what I felt like was, at some point, they started with the mission that I would expect should be what Christians want to be doing. And then they started putting into themselves to grow themselves. And they did it under the guise that if we grow bigger, then we can be seen by more people. We can bring more people in. It seems to me that, like, charitable giving is not necessarily aligned with growing the religion and having tangible assets. And when I shoot a wedding at a Catholic church, like downtown in Buckhead, and I go in that fucking cathedral that they have, looking around, I'm like, dude, there's a lot of fucking poverty money here. Like, you said they can only go so far. They could go a lot further if they didn't build structures like this. Like, they go in every Sunday and sit in this fucking thing that looks like it's in fucking Rome, and it's in Buckhead, and I know goddamn there's a ton of money in that place, right? They got parking decks full of cars. Like, I don't feel that they're doing the mission. When I bash on Christians, I mean, I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus is the Son of God. I believe the whole thing. But I'm more disgusted when I look at Christians that I've encountered around my life than I am, like, satisfied with what their motives are. And I just don't get it. Maybe it's a prosperity gospel, which is bullshit. That's a horrible thing, too. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Atlanta Christians, because there's so many of them, and they're so dominant. There's churches on every fucking corner. I see the hypocrisy more than, like, when I grew up in Seattle, where there's very few Christians. If you're Christian, people look at you weird, and you have to really defend it to be there, you know? It's just different.
I think the church overall has lost the concept of humility. You don't see very many humble Christians who are humbled and awed. And, you know, you do see a lot of prosperity gospel, where, you know, growing the church, making it bigger, making it better. And yeah, they justify it on the basis of, we're making a difference in our community, we're having community impact. But I mean, all you have to do to say, are you having community impact, is look at what are you actually doing for the community, you know? And you do have to kind of get into the nitty gritty of what is your church? What are they? How are they outreaching their community? You know, our church does a huge program every year. Like I said, Love Loud. They get auto mechanics who will do oil changes for widows and single moms. They get, like I said, they offer dentistry services for people who don't have dental insurance. They do a huge outreach to benefit the community. They sponsor children for the holidays to make sure that, you know, they have good Christmases and to make sure that they have Thanksgiving meals. And you have, the proof is you'll see their works and the fruit of their works, you know, like, but a lot of these people that do and that give and that provide these resources are doing it because they're coming from a genuine place of wanting to outreach and wanting to share the gospel. And sometimes that can be done very effectively in a small little church within the community, and sometimes that can be done effectively in some of these larger mega churches. We just left the mega church for one of the smaller churches, but I will still stand on at least the mega church that we went to, that we were a part of for so many years. The proof was in the pudding. They do a lot of community outreach. They're constantly sponsoring people for paid classes to help, you know, elevate people's education and their understanding, whether it's in personal finance or whether it's in job skills. It's, like I said, the proof is in the work that they do. And it's a lot of godly led people. It doesn't come without its problems. It doesn't come without its criticisms, because at the end of the day, it's all run by men. And men are fallible. Men are imperfect, and they're going to screw up. But I know a lot of really good Christians, and I'm not categorically going to sweep. I don't expect a Christian to be perfect, because I'm a Christian and I know I'm far from perfect. I have my own struggles. I have my own things that I battle with. Joe B actually asked a question in chat though that I thought might be interesting. Pornography. And where that falls. I'm assuming, Joe B, you're asking from the perspective of, as a Christian, like, is it good? Is it bad? Is it adultery? Is that what you're kind of getting at?
Actually, I was curious what the perspective is on Christians and non-Christians as it relates to how we should, air quote, should deal with pornography. I'm not sure the church deals with it well. They ignore it more than they deal with it.
Okay, so I think on some levels, this is kind of personal. I'll give you my anecdotal perspective. I'm not bothered by pornography. I also didn't have a husband that indulged in pornography. Like, so it's probably easy to say that I'm not bothered by it. But for example, there were a couple of times when the guys decided to go to a strip club, and I didn't care. I didn't care about them going to a strip club. Pornography was not one of those things. It never really had like a hold in my life. So my perspective is maybe if I were dealing with a man that was addicted to it and I felt like he was watching it all the time and that it was impacting our sex life, I might feel differently. I will grant you that. My sister abhors pornography, and to her, looking at pornography, going to a strip club, fetishizing another woman in any form or fashion, to her, that's as good as adultery as far as she's concerned. Like, she has a zero tolerance policy to pornography. For her, it's just a hard line. It's a hard no for her. And she made it very clear with anybody that she dated, if that's your jam, hey, have at it. But like, I'm not competing with porn stars. So that's just gonna be a deal breaker for me. Like, she was real hardcore about it. And I say to each their own. I say every woman's gonna feel differently about that, and I don't necessarily think her way or my way is right or wrong. I just think it's what we're comfortable with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, if my man was into porn and he's not, well, sometimes we can be. I would do a striptease for him, and that's it. I mean, whatever. I would try to, air quote, accommodate when appropriate.
I was almost 30 years old before I saw my first porn. I had to make my husband go borrow one from somebody at work because I just had this wild curiosity about, like, what the fuck is this all about? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand the intrigue. And I'll never forget, he brought one home and I was like, you know, you get the kids in bed, it's all dark, you're sitting on the couch, and it's like, okay, let's do this. Like, I want to see what, you know, what this is all about. Like, what the hell? And it was just so awkward and uncomfortable. I was just like, why is this entertaining for people? And I'm not even gonna lie, I kept spot checking, like, is this making you hard? Like, is this getting you off? Like, what's going on here?
You probably sat there watching your response.
I know, I'm just like, oh my, is that, like, you know, you're turning your head, you're like, is that really possible? Like, what? It was a rather humorous educational experience for me. And that was it, you know, it was like, okay, well, now I know. Now I guess I know, but I don't know. Here's the thing, like, I can appreciate an attractive person, male or female. Like, I can notice a beautiful woman walking down the road and think, wow, her body's, you know, like, she is categorically beautiful. Just like I can recognize a beautiful man. Hello, Adam Levine. And drool over him. How can I very well hold my husband to a standard of, no, you can't look at other women. No, you can't admire the beauty of other people. And knowing I'm doing it myself, like, it's, I don't know. It's just not a big deal. It just wasn't a big deal.
Admiring attractive people is different than watching porn. Was that there's a distinct difference there.
Yes, admiring attractive people, but for people, my sister, who takes a hard line on porn, she takes a hard line on, you shouldn't be objectifying anyone but me, or it is adultery. Like, it's categorically all in the same category to her.
Is she married?
She is married. Yep.
So does she flip, if, like, she notices her husband do a double take on someone, does she
flips her shit? Yep. She flips her shit. Yeah.
To me, I get it. I think, like, I just don't understand why watching someone, like, there's a difference, obviously, between having sex with someone and watching someone else and, you know, doing something with yourself. But, like, to me, there's no difference between that and, like, if you were gonna go, you know, I feel like emotionally I see the difference, but, like, or another example being, like, if you have an OnlyFans and, like, you subscribe to a specific person, and, like, especially if you're, like, messaging with them or requesting videos for them, to me, that's, like, whoa. But I think most people would probably agree that that's, like, crossing a very thin line. But to me, I don't think the line is that far away from, like, let's say you have a specific porn star that you, like, tend to watch. To me, it's like, what's the difference? But I am a person with a very different perspective where, like, I let my partner sleep with other people on occasion because to me, it's like, I do see them as the same and also I don't have a problem with it. So it's like, I have a very different perspective. But to me, I don't understand how other people reconcile it.
I think there's, like, a difference between using it, like, how it's being utilized and how it's impacting your relationship. I think that if you have a healthy relationship with your significant other, I think that porn is okay. I think for me, I don't like the sneaking of it. But again, like, we all, I mean, I would assume we all have our own little things that we sneak from time to time. But like, I will give an example, sort of I was home during postpartum. My husband has gotten really into golf, wanted to go golfing with the buddies in a town about 2 hours away. Sure, fine and dandy. Husband calls and says, hey, we're gonna stop and have lunch before we come back home. Okay, great. I check his location. He is at a strip club. I lose my fucking shit. I am at home with our baby, postpartum, and you did not inform me that you were going to a strip club? Sir! The fuck? Now, I have no issues with my husband going to a strip club. I know that my husband is not someone that's going to go and request a private strip tease, dance, whatever, in a solo room, right? However, to me, I was more frustrated of the lack of information on purpose, because he knew that I would be upset. And then, like, our conversation was, well, if you knew that I was going to be upset, why did you do it? You did it because you did not want to look at your friends in the face and say, I'm not disrespecting my wife like that. Right? Like,
I mean, is that you projecting on how you thought he felt, though?
Yeah. So okay, I had some time to process this, right? Like, he had to drive back. He was with people. Like, I called him and said, where are you? Right? He said, oh, I'm at lunch. Well, first he ignored my phone call, which pissed me the fuck off. Second, he answered, and I was like, what are you guys doing? He was like, we're having lunch, and I was like, where? And he eventually told me, because I think he realized that I knew where he was. But I mean, I will say, with that time frame of my life, I was very insecure about my body. I don't know if a lot of people in this room are aware that your sex life when you're pregnant and postpartum is not really that fun and exciting. So I feel like we were dealing with things within our relationship when it comes to our sexuality, which is normal, so normal. I think for me, I was just frustrated of the sneaking and just the disregard of how that would impact me.
You said a few things that are contradictory.
Okay.
Most notably, you said, I'm mostly mad about the dishonesty of it or something like that, but you also said you're mad that he was too small to tell his friends, I'm not going to disrespect my wife, but you also said you wouldn't mind him going to a strip club. It was the dishonesty. So it's like, which is it? It seems like he didn't have a good option either way.
Right, and that was something that we discussed of okay, you're with these guys that you're trying to be friends with. One person decided that you guys were going to go have lunch at a strip club. The rest of you either agreed or went along with it. I understand that in that scenario, usually you just kind of go along with it. I think for me, I was really upset when I called and he did not give the he did not was not forthcoming about the information. I think that is what tripped me significantly, right? I think that expecting him to basically be nah, man, I'm gonna go home. Would I have preferred for him to do that? Yes. Did I think that was the easiest option? No, I don't. Do I want him to hang out with these people again? No. Could he possibly hang out with these people again? Yes. I'm not gonna tell him who he can and cannot be friends with. I just informed him that I was just disappointed in the situation, and I was honest with him about how I am dealing with a lot of insecurities in my postpartum self. So we had that conversation, but I think for me, when it comes to porn and strip clubs, I think that you kind of have to take take into consideration of how the other person in your relationship can feel because of that.
From someone who's dispassionate about, your intimate relationship, which obviously I don't know anything about, and also I don't know what you look like, so what I'm about to say is not about you at all. But to me, it sounds closer, just to my ear, it sounds closer to like a wife asking her husband, and again, not you, like, honey, does this dress make me look fat? And the husband lies and says, no, of course not. And so he's technically lying, but he's really doing it because he wants to protect her feelings. That was the sense I got. Maybe his buddies pressured him into the strip club. He didn't want to hurt your feelings, but he also. So anyway, I just.
Yeah, because like
It sounds like not a bad guy.
No, and I don't think he's a bad guy. We've had conversations in the past about strip clubs, and like I don't necessarily like think that they're a moral evil. And he also has kind of said like they're not really my thing. Like I will go with my buddies sometimes, but like he's also, I mean, this was like early in our relationship, and like we've had this conversation a couple times here and there. But and like for me, I was like, well, if it's not, your kind of thing, why did you go along with it, right? But then again, it's like I'm sure all of us have gone along with things that aren't really our thing because we're trying to be friends with people, and that's kind of, you make that decision when you're friends with people.
And did you consider beating him to an absolute pulp?
I mean, for a second, I considered it. I'm just kidding. No, I did not.
This is going to be a great new inside joke.
But I will say too, like when it comes to like relationships, it's like if you are all satisfied within your sexual relation, like the sexual part of your relationship, I don't think porn is bad. I think porn is bad when it's like you're depriving of the other person of sex or intimacy, and then you're off going and looking at porn. I think that to me is where it can be really dangerous. And that's probably kind of, I'm assuming your sister felt deprived or did not feel like healthy, like they were having a healthy sex life. I'm assuming, just from her reaction of it being such an extreme reaction.
Do you think it's possible to have a healthy sex life and also for there be some ways in which a partner cannot maximally please you? Like there are things maybe that you would be interested in doing or whatever, and like your monogamous partner is incapable or unwilling to do. Do you think?
I mean, I feel like one of the biggest examples is like I know that there are a lot of people that masturbate to like just relax, right? That it's not for that like that intimate connection. So it's like I understand that like when I just want a quick, I don't want to go to my husband for that, and I'm not expecting, it's like, I mean, I feel like I'm probably talking to people that are like double, so yes, we all masturbate, and it takes 2 seconds for me, but then it's like when it's with a person, it takes way longer than that, like, or the energy or whatever it takes to have sex with someone.
You changed the title and I couldn't find you.
You can get your jollies in 2 minutes?
By myself? Hell yeah. Oh my god, less than a minute.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Literally less than a minute. So like, yes. If I just need less than a minute to myself, boy, this is probably why women don't watch as much porn.
But I don't understand why they leave the house.
What? Oh, because we do it all the time.
Just kidding.
Yikes. You can't, I don't know. When a girl does it for herself, you can't just do it over and over and over again because it's...
I'm teasing.
What is it?
So did y'all guys hear how, I'm about to change the subject because I really don't like the topic. And I want to see if y'all allow me or if you bounce through this shit.
Boo, tomato.
Did you guys hear how Monica murdered her McDonald's employee?
or something?
Well, I got chosen this morning, and Brad came in all proud, and there's a recording of my McDonald's story, the spicy chicken biscuit story, that was posted in a Telegram chat that I don't have access to, where I called corporate to fire a woman.
You did, for real?
That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
Did they train an AI to sound like you? Is that?
No. These are the facts. I was missing a breakfast biscuit. I went back to claim my property, and in compensation for the inconvenience, I asked for a soft drink, and they were unwilling to provide it. And I said, that's no problem. I didn't want to do the complaint line, but I can. It's no problem. Oh, we don't need to do all that. Moved me forward in the line, and I might have been blocking during our couple minutes discussion, and then waved me to wait for the soft drink after I already waited for the item that I purchased. Out of my view of the soft drink maker. And so I left, and then I called. And that's pretty much it. But I don't want anybody fired. Not over that. So Brackley's lying on people again, which was what Brackley does, for attention and status or whatever. Just FYI, if you hear about Monica calling places to get people fired, never been my style. And I wanted you guys to know that. Not that you would believe it anyway, but just in case. We can go back to women masturbation if you need.
Yeah, we really need to. Let's get back to it, guys.
Do we really need to? But okay.
Yeah, one night on Monica, and Monica tells everything you know.
Bryson, your PTR is exceptional. I really enjoy it.
Thank you.
I just want to know why people, if they would let their partner masturbate to another person, why they would be completely unwilling to let them sleep with another person.
Valid point.
Like the other person, like masturbating in front of a person being a person on the screen, like in pornography? Or in the house?
I can concede that there's a distinction between having sex with a person and masturbating in front of
STDs would be a factor.
Sure, yeah. So obviously communication and safety would need to be a priority. But I just think that every relationship looks different, and every relationship that you might describe as open looks different. But I guess it's always been interesting to me why so many people are so opposed to any form of openness in a mostly monogamous relationship.
I think the biggest thing is jealousy, at least in my personal opinion, experience.
So what's there to be jealous about? You know, I don't know. For me, it's like with my partner, like we have a whole life together. We live together. We love each other. We're so affectionate with each other. Everything about our future we plan together as a couple. And every once in a while, she has two different friends that when they get together, they'll get freaky with each other. And it's like, it doesn't bother me. Like, she comes home to me. She has no intentions of building a life with those two friends, you know? Like, it just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't bother me.
What's the gender of those friends, and would it make a difference if they were the opposite?
So it's one male and one female, and I have set a rule that with the male, there can be no penetrative sex.
Why not? I want to know why.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer if it's too intrusive, of course.
For me, it's I'm not trying to raise another man's baby.
Oh,
So Yikes, yeah, for real though.
Yes, Mark. Is that the only reason, like, it doesn't bother you, except you just don't want her to get pregnant?
Yeah, absolutely. It is only that.
Oh, even condoms?
I'm not trying to, zero risk. I made it clear that I accept zero risk with that specific issue.
What about butt stuff?
But it will be fine if that was something she was interested in, but she's not.
What about her penetrating him?
That would be fine. If it doesn't produce a baby, it's fine.
I don't, again, obviously, if anything's too intrusive, you don't need to answer, obviously. Are you interested in having sexual relations with somebody else?
No, and that's the thing, is it's like, I feel like it feels weird because she does it and I don't. But I don't want to. I don't even like sex that much, you know? Yeah. So it's like, why would I do that? Maybe if I just don't, I'm an emotional lover, okay? And so, well, she's not, and that's another part of it too. It's like for her, sex is physical and physical only. Like she does not have emotions around sex. And so, but I do. So for me to sleep with another person would be totally different than for her to sleep with another person. But if I was interested in doing it, we could talk about it. But I'm just.
So have you ever had the conversation? Because I'd be curious now, since it is emotional for you, would she not be okay with you doing it because she knows that there's an emotional component and that's the only way you're going to do it?
I think, yeah, that would have to be the conversation. I think it would be if I was like, I would like to propose that I have sex with this person. I think the first question would be like, why? You know, like it's like the rules are there. It's just fair is not fair. You know what I mean? Like I feel like nothing about it is like we're different people and we have different motivations, and so therefore the context of why we would want to do this thing would be different.
Yeah, I get that.
I think the only person I would ever want to have sex with, other than Cheyenne, would be an ex, and so that would be like an obvious not good idea.
Right.
That's cool. I think that's
I
cool.
like what you said about fair not being fair. Fair is negotiated according to the risks, the boundaries, and all that other stuff that goes into it.
I think what Liberty meant is just because
Well, I don't think I
it doesn't mean she has to do it, that doesn't make it fair.
No, I think what Liberty said was, I'm okay, I'm comfortable with my partner doing X, Y, Z, and they are comfortable with me doing A, B, and C. But if they did A, B, and C, or I did X, Y, and Z, we have to have a conversation to make sure that was okay. That's how I understand.
Yeah. My just to clarify what I'm saying, it's just that it is not necessarily fair for both people to have the exact same rules, because the rules are there for the reasons of the different people being different people and having different motivations. And so that's what I meant by fair is unfair, is that to be fair does not mean to have the exact same rules, in my opinion, in this specific issue.
I will say I was very black and white on the having an open relationship, and because there's a lot of them in the military, and I was like, that's weird. Your spouse or significant other is away serving our country, and you're just gonna sleep around. Until my husband deployed for the first time and was like, oh, I get this. This is it's more nuanced than just being faithful to your one person.
There are a lot of open relationships in the military. I mean, I know it. When I was deployed with my bros, and they're like, oh, my wife and her boyfriend. I'm like, boyfriend? What do you mean your wife and a boyfriend? This is strange. But even in my work center of 15 people, 7 of those men had open relationships while they were deployed.
I believe it. People have needs. And the person literally can't meet every need while they're gone. And for some relationships to continue and to thrive, something needs to change.
And I
guys do it too. I mean, we're hitting Thailand. We're hitting Hong Kong. You know? We're hitting Rome. We're hitting Australia.
I always told my husband, I was like, because after the first deployment, I was like, oh shit. So then we had a conversation, and I basically was like, listen, like, I'm understanding how this is impacting our relationship, how hard this is. If for some reason you want to step out of our relationship, we just need to have a conversation about it. I was like, just don't lie to me and come home and come get in our bed while you have been sleeping around. Like, that is where I draw the line. Like, it's, yeah, like, we haven't had that conversation, but I just was like, hey, if for some reason.
You think you would be able to allow it, or are you going to cross that bridge if you ever come to it?
I think it's easy to give an answer to that question now, and that not necessarily be what I would say or do.
I think if I were to ask my husband, he would be okay with it. For probably the same reasons that Liberty is okay with her girlfriend. But also for the same Liberty, you very much remind me of my husband. Is in that sense, it's just like, it's very emotional for him. Sex is very emotional. So if he were to bring up, even for like a threesome, even just to bring in another woman, because it wouldn't be a man, it would be a woman for him. I would be like, why? What's the emotional thing here?
Because to me, time is not linear. And so the fact that my partner has had sex with other people, like I'm not the only person she's ever had sex with. So it's like, I don't really even see that much of a difference between her having sex with someone in the past and having sex with someone in the future. Like, they're just, I don't know. It's like she's already had sex with other people. So it's like, it's one thing if it's like, this is where I honestly have a lot of respect for people who are like, oh, I want to save myself till marriage. I think there's actually a lot of value in that, and then it would be a totally different ballgame. But when you've already had sex with other people, again, to me, it's more information as to why in some situations it just doesn't seem relevant. But kind of the rules for us is like, for her, it's got to either be a friend that I approve of, so like someone who I trust, and someone who, especially it's helpful that the only two of the, I guess there's a third one that she has made out with before, but never did more than that. Like, they're in a relationship with each other, those two, that male and the female. So she just comes in as the third. And so to me, that's even less threatening. You know what I mean? Because it's like they've already had each other, and so they're not trying to like run away.
Yes. Okay, I see.
Or it has to be a stranger, right? So it either has to be someone I know really well, who I trust, who we both know what the agreement is and what the rules are, or it has to be a total stranger. But that's something that that's a line we have not crossed yet, but it's something that I said I would be comfortable with depending on the context. Because if it's a total stranger, then they're just going to have sex and then it's going to be over and that's going to be it. But in that specific situation, I have said it cannot be a male if it's a total stranger, because I don't trust males. I don't trust that she wouldn't maybe get like raped, or that he would say like, secretly slip it in or whatever,
So you had these conversations before anything happened between her and the friends?
Correct. It was like, so what instigated this conversation was, I guess I'm just going to be really open here a minute. So I am a very gentle lover. Like, I will never, ever, ever.
This is a public room, by the way. I just want to remind you in case there's something you don't want to say.
Sure. I think this is fine. I think this is not something I would just scream in the town square, but it's something, it's something I'm fine with. I'm a very gentle lover, and so I don't ever like to I won't even, like, spank. You know what I mean? Like, I will not do anything like that. Like, I do not like to be, like, rough is even an understatement. Like, it's just, like, that's how I do it, And I also have some sensory issues, and I really don't like heavy kissing, Like, to me, it's gross. It's like, it's wet, and it's slippery, and you taste each other's spit, and it's gross, and I don't like it. And so she was having a lot of sadness about, like, oh my gosh, like, I'm never gonna make out with someone again in this way, like, you know, there were just some things that it was harder for me to do. And we had this conversation of like, okay, do I either ask you to do something that you're not comfortable with, which there's no way I can enjoy it if I know you're not comfortable with it, or is there room for, you know, maybe that I could just get this specific thing from someone else that you can't give to me, and it was led to me being like, yes, like that totally makes sense to me. I think that there's lots of things that our partners can't give us that we get from other people emotionally, but it's interesting to me that like physically we act like our main partner has to be the only person who ever provides that for us, you know? So there's been something, it's for me, like the things that made me more uncomfortable was like when she was like, yeah, you know, they were kind of like snuggling me and like wanted to hold my hand or whatever, and I was like, I don't know, can't you just like fucking roll over, you know? That would make me feel better. So some of the more intimate things I feel better about than, or feel worse about than like the actual fucking, you know? But anyway, yeah, that's kind of the backstory. Is it was just like, I didn't want her to just feel this regret about like me being the only person she's ever gonna be able to experience these kinds of things with again. And it was something I never really felt needed to be true. So when we talked about it, I was like, yeah, I don't care, you know, like that doesn't bother me.
I think
so. Then it was, yeah, why not? Win-win.
Yeah, I think if both people in agreement, I think there's lots of reasons to do it. Like I said, my personal experience with knowing people who've done it, I don't think they were honest. And after it was all over, they're like, yeah, being in an open relationship kind of sucked. But then clearly they weren't honest with themselves to start with. But if you truly are, you know, yeah, I think there's like you said, there's reasons to do it and ways to make it work perfectly fine. But you have to be super honest with yourself, and your partner has to be super honest with you from the jump.
I will say though that part of the agreement was that my family can't know the situation because I feel like they wouldn't understand and they would, yeah, they would like,
Please.
I think they'd really judge her. I think they would think that she was like a bad person if they knew. So we keep that part under wraps.
Do you two share a location with each other on your phones?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like, I don't know, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been in a serious relationship, but I feel like, and I guess long enough that it was before that was a big thing. I feel like I would never do that unless we were at like an event where we needed to find each other later that day, you know, for a couple hours, but I don't know. Like it. I know most people in relationships nowadays do.
I mean, what would you want to do that you wouldn't have the freedom to feel like you could do if you had your location available? Like, where would you want to go that you wouldn't want your partner to know you were going?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't like the idea that I'll also say this. I generally don't like going out in groups. Like, I don't mind going out places by myself at all. Or if I do go out, I like to meet one person, not a whole group, because I just hate, like, the negotiating of it. Okay, should we go? When are we gonna meet? Okay, do you want to go somewhere else? You know, like, I don't know, that's just my nature. I would just hate knowing, even in the back of my mind, that someone could be on their phone, like, looking at me as a dot on a map. And have a question about that.
I love it. Sorry, go ahead, Vero.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you share your locations with anyone else?
No. No, I don't.
Cheyenne and I will message each other all the time, or we'll be like, why are you at this place? You know, or like, I saw like, you know, I see her on your way home or whatever, or like, and it's like never once has it ever made me feel bad, you know, like there will be even times where I'll be like, oh man, I know she's gonna text me because she's gonna wonder why I'm here, or she, you know, I'm getting like a sweet treat somewhere, and she's gonna be like, you better be getting me something, you know. I don't know. It doesn't bother me at all, but I think it's a matter of taste. I could totally see why it bothers some people.
I share mine with Trevor, but Trevor does not share his with mine, and I haven't asked. I feel like I do it because I'm a girl. I'm just a little nimble thing walking around New York City, and it's been getting crazy. So I feel like multiple people need to have my location. You know, I lived alone for 10 years, and so multiple people needed to know where I was, and I wasn't in close contact with my family, so my friends. I think about 10 people total have my location.
Vera,
Yeah.
I bet that you know how to like tell off a street person if they're getting too close or too aggressive to you.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, I can ward off potential predators, but there are moments where I'm coming home late from a gig, I got my camera bag, you know what I'm saying? And people do come up from behind, you know, I've seen plenty of videos here in New York City of just women walking their dogs. Some guy will pass them, turn around, come back and knock them in the back of their head. So, yeah. I gotta keep, people gotta watch me.
All right,
you know?
let's role play right now. So,
Ooh.
hey mama, you looking good. Oh, let me get $5.
Why don't you shut the fuck up before I break your stupid ass hip, you big bum? I know you're not talking to me like that, motherfucker.
I've
never been more proud of you.
There you go.
Yeah, did your dad the shit that it hurt?
No, I knew she did.
Yeah. I saw this video a few years ago. It was just, I don't know why it was so unsettling to me, more than in person, walking down the street, but anyway, somebody was stopped in their car, and somebody came and smashed the back of their window and pulled their camera stuff out, and I was like, oh my god, like, and he couldn't do anything. He had stopped, it was whatever traffic, but I guess he couldn't get out and chase them. I don't know, it was just so freaky.
I didn't have my husband's location until he had a heart attack. And then I was like, please put your location on so I can come find you wherever the ambulance takes you. But I do have a friend that does not like that her boyfriend has her location because he will watch where she's going and make comments about it, which I personally don't like. So I understand derisive of like, there are people that use it in a way to look out for you, like Vera was saying, of like your safety, your security. But then there are also people that use it in a controlling, manipulative, keeping tabs kind of way.
I have my best friend, I have given them my location and they refuse to use it. They have like this like, I don't know if they just don't want to feel like they have to reciprocate, you know? But there'll be times where they'll text me and they'll be like, are you there yet? Did you park? And I'm like, dude, you have my location. Like, just look at my location. And then they just say, LOL. And I'm like, oh my gosh. They just don't want to share theirs with me, I think.
Do you use the Apple, built into Apple, or do you use it on Google Maps, or it doesn't matter?
Just the built-in Apple feature.
Okay. The only time I've done it is with my friend, and we're going to the same event, and we'll share it for, I think there's an option to share it for a few hours or something, so we'll do that, and then, but it's through Google Maps. I don't even know how to do it on Apple. I'm sure it's not hard.
It's the same. It's up to an hour until the end of day, so midnight or infinitely, or until you turn it off. But y'all
been mugged before. So, like gunpoint. So here in New York City on Canal Street. So, you know, once that happened, I'm like,
Yeah, that makes sense for safety purposes, of course. And you never asked your husband, you never were like, why don't you put it on tonight? You never did?
no, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't go anywhere. He goes to work and he comes back. This man is even keeled, never raised a hand to a mosquito, just lets the mosquito bite him because he feels it's probably hungry. Could feed its family. Just the kindest man ever. I don't know. I trust him fully. Maybe I'll tell him to come in. Oh, okay, baby, just jump on this app so they can meet you real quick. And he'll be like, oh, hey everybody.
You should ask him to put it on one day just to see how he reacts. Just say, I keep my location on. I want you to start doing that and just see what he says.
I'm afraid of what he's gonna say.
He's like, no, I don't think that's no.
Because that would be Pandora's box, Edie. That would be Pandora's box.
Did I miss anything delicious or wonderful?
We learned, the only delicious thing I learned today was that Liberty is a gentle lover.
Everybody got so quiet. All right. Now that we're done talking about porn.
How about them bears? I don't know. I'm just looking at the time. Liberty, I'm glad you're back. I've seen you, a year maybe?
Yeah, I've been back for a little while, but only during the day and only in this group. But yeah, it's good to see you.
Hey, Kristen, you're awful quiet.
Well, I ain't got nothing to say.
That'll do it every time.
Either that or it's a deadly onslaught. People are like, oh my God,
tell you, I appreciate you on here because, well, you're nice, but generally speaking, there are no military women on here.
Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Here I am. You know, I didn't work with a lot of women either in the military. So it's nice when I meet other female veterans. There are a few on here that stuck around, but not a lot. Mostly dependents of military, like children or wives, which is also cool. Do you know Miss Clark on this app?
I do. I'm not air quote military. I was former NSA. Seriously, I was.
Oh, that's fabulous.
My dad was 30-year Navy.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, we loved the Navy. We loved the Navy. My mom was in the Marine Corps. My two brothers, my two sisters were in the Marine Corps. My uncle was in the Army. My other uncle in the Navy. I was in the Navy. And then, I mean, I think one of my nibblings, my niece, I think she's thinking about joining the Marine Corps. Big military family. Lots of women.
Same, but mostly men. You might know my brother, Scooby-Doo, on this app. He was, he was a Patriot missile guy. So I'm like you, but not quite as many. My brother and my sister. Yeah.
That's fabulous. Good for them.
Be your best self. Get snatched, girlfriend. Be on fleek, on point.
Oh, I love that. Nobody uses fleek anymore. Yeah.
That's what it is. We like it. Wow, that baby's having a rough time. She's so pitiful. She's so pitiful.
We have our mayoral elections coming up. That's exciting shit.
New York.
Yeah, New York.
Good luck with that fucker.
Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. I already see it happening.
Are you not excited about one of the candidates?
Well, I'm anxious as to what's going to happen. Just because it's going to be a major turnover. It's just a major turnover. Adams was kind of just running this place like a party capital, trying to bring party life back, and I get that this is huge economically for the city, right? That's a huge part of it. So I get that, but a lot of things are going to the wayside. And he created a lot of issues that don't necessarily impact me, because I'm now married. I live in a different part of town now, and now I'm out here. I'm a filmmaker and I'm traveling, and I'm just doing my thing in a different space. And so now that I'm aware of what's going on, I'm like, oof, I wonder what's going to happen. And are people like myself and my husband, are we going to have to move because we won't be able to keep up with the prices? rich, and we're trying to buy property, and the prices are fluctuating. It's a lot.
You'll be able to buy property. It's going to be like 3,000 the small town he gets in.
Yeah. We've done a lot of rebuilding recently. Also, we've done a lot of campaigning for new industries to come into New York City, like casinos, new casinos. We have a few casinos which are just mostly like slot machines, but now they're starting to open space for tables, blackjack, poker, and things like that. Which would be great for the economy, right? But also, some people are also saying it's perpetuating addiction and corruption in the city. So
I can vouch for the latter. We have two Indian-owned gambling casinos. It's everything, and I don't know if you're within the confines of the whole gambling unit. It's a big deal. You're safe, but once you get outside and surround it, can be a little ouchy.
By Airbnb, we Native American.
Yes, I do. Sorry.
And that was very insensitive of you.
All right.
You know what I always find interesting is when people like really throw around the term indigenous, you know? Like when someone will be like, oh, that person, yeah, they're indigenous. And it's like, what do you mean? You know, like indigenous to where? Like, I guess you can assume that you mean that they're indigenous to the place that you are. But like, if you're talking about like someone who is in Great Britain and you said like, oh, they're an indigenous person, it would be like, so like, they're an Anglo-Saxon, you know? Like, it's just funny to me the way that people use the word indigenous to mean like the native peoples of the Americas or the Aboriginals, but in really no other context.
That's interesting when you say that. Made me think a little harder about what indigenous means now. So are we saying that we are occurring evolutionarily? We are occurring naturally in this location. So that means we are indigenous. Well, even the Clovis people, which are the first people of America, they came here. They were nomadic people. They aren't even indigenous. So I'm challenged to say there are no indigenous people to America, as we are all just migrants who emigrated in.
Yeah, I think it's fine to use the term indigenous, but you have to use it relative to a place, you know? Like, you can't just, everyone is indigenous to somewhere. So it's just like you just have to specify, like, oh, they're indigenous to North America, you know? But, because I mean, yes, I guess you could say, like, the people who are indigenous to North America, like, came here from Africa ultimately, right? We all came from Africa. And so, but I think it's still fair to say, like, the first peoples who arrived in an area, you could maybe argue that they're indigenous to it. But I don't know. I think it's ultimately, I think it's a political, cultural nonsense word in the same way that like native plants is. You know, like people use the same terminology to say that like native plants are inherently good, where it's like, well, every plant is native to somewhere. So it's like, I guess obviously what they mean is they're saying like the plants that they're planting are native to the area that you're in, but that doesn't mean that they're like inherently better, like good for the soil or whatever. You know, anyway, it's the same thing. It's just like people using these sort of cultural pop words as like a form of virtue signaling.
arms straight, y'all. This is the saddest thing.
You lay him, I didn't hear, on their belly?
She can roll over. She can do either or. They say her ears don't hurt, and that it's teething pain, but I've never had teeth like that. She's miserable. They do have a stomach bug.
That's an old wives' tale, but my mom used to put alcohol in the gums.
Yeah, that worked. For a time. Essential oils are awesome.
Not able to see this room in the lobby.
This one?
Yeah. Okay, now no, I still can't.
It might be my porn title. That's my porn title. Hold on. Nobody's blocked.
You were guys talking about that long that it became a title.
Lions,
It
tigers.
wasn't that long, but we were talking about it for a little while.
Okay. Now look and see if you see it. I see it now.
Until Monica declared that she didn't want to talk about porn.
Oh, she did. That tracks.
It's ironic because if people could see the room, it would probably get even more traffic.
This is true. Okay. I changed it. It should be visible now.
Clubhouse knew that it was a, you know, the P word's gonna get people's eyes there, unfortunately, regardless. So they had to ban it.
In unsavory ways, yes, this is very true.
Which is funny because this is really, I feel like, a pretty uniquely terrible platform for such a thing. You know, like, I guess you could do, like, there's moaning rooms or whatever. But it's just like, I don't know. I guess some people do like phone sex, so I don't know.
It's not like they didn't teach us how to be clickbaity. Come on, let's go.
I mean, I'm sorry, but too, like, hello? Pornography, the ills, the rights, the wrongs of it, like, that's a good topic.
And I was wondering if Akeem came into one of these rooms. I'm trying to do my best to troll him whenever I see him now.
Why are you trolling Akeem?
Yeah. And a couple days ago, I don't know if it was yesterday or a couple days ago, I remember Akima came in one of these rooms and I just said, I love Trump. And does anyone else love Trump? And I wanted to know if he cared enough to get on stage just because I said that. Oh, brother.
Well, that would definitely trigger him. I like what's Akima, but Akima don't like that.
Nah, man, he's got major TDS.
Yeah, he does. And he's not even liberal.
Yes, that's what makes me feel weird. Like, you're not even but he's not the stereotypical liberal. He's not going to be saying like the most basic DNC talking points. But he will just, call Trump a racist. So that's the most liberal argument he has.
Yeah. But, I mean, he's kind of indiscriminate in that.
I mean, he's just Sakima. It's just no harm, no foul. I know who he is. I don't have any personal grievances towards him. It's just funny how he reacts whenever he comes in these rooms. Like he's got a definitely a burning rage regards to Trump.
Sorry, I had to brush my teeth again. Coffee and all.
You brush your teeth after drinking coffee?
I do.
Honestly, good for you, because I really don't like it when people's breath smells like coffee.
Isn't it the worst?
Yeah, it's annoying. I hate the smell of coffee in general, but coffee breath is awful.
Yeah, I don't want people to smell my breath unless it's because it's like, it smells good. That's minty.
Yeah, there's no reason to smell someone's breath unless it smells like mint, honestly.
Right? Like, it needs to smell like a mint or bubble gum. Like, if you have to smell it, it's gotta smell fresh.
I don't even know what else it could smell like besides mint. Like, if you had a breath that smelled like strawberries, would it still smell right? I don't know. I think like strawberry breath sounds weird.
Not when I have on my strawberry chapstick.
I would prefer cinnamon or clove compared to mint. It's just like, whoa, what did you do? What are you hiding underneath that stinky pepper?
Yeah, I'm a pretty picky mint person too. I'm with you. A lot of the mints I don't like. I think I definitely choose cinnamon over that. Not cloves.
You know when people have those Listerine strips and you're like, what did you have? Like, what kind of stuff is in your mouth? You had to have one of them. Because, damn.
Yeah, those are suspicious. Can't lie.
It's like when you walk in, like when you go somewhere and you're like, why does everything smell so bleachy? And we're not at a pool.
I like that. It means they just cleaned up with bleach. Go ahead. I didn't assume something terrible happened. They just use bleach to clean.
Not too much bleach in a house gives me serial killer vibes.
Right?
Come on over, dope. I just bleached my apartment.
It is that. You just call the police.
Actually, I'm just gonna start marking the calendar.
I've been watching more serial killer documentaries, man, and it's like true crime almost, but like I guess it is true crime. I just don't like calling it true crime because it's like kind of a girly genre now at this point. It's really weird, but yeah, I've been watching like a bunch of true crime documentaries with serial killers like John Wayne Gacy and Ed Gein, like doing some fucked up stuff, man. It's kind of creepy. Like really creepy.
I tend to watch that kind of stuff on YouTube, or it'll be like a clip of like police interviews of like people who murdered somebody. There was this girl. It wasn't the interview actually, this one, but there was cameras in her house, so it saw what happened. But she, 14 years old, she shot her mother, and you see her on the camera like go into the room where the mother was. You hear bang, bang, bang. Then you see her go sit down. And she's like got the gun behind her back because she's aware there's a camera in the kitchen at that point. Then she texts her. It wasn't her father, but I think her mother's fiance. They were together for a while. But texted from the mom's phone saying like, "When are you coming home?" And he's like, "Oh, soon." And towards the door where there wasn't a camera, you hear the audio. Her name is, it's not Julie, but I'm just gonna say that, but you hear him going, Julie! And then like bang, and he's screaming and wailing. She didn't want him killing him, the mother died, but it was like, when you see kids do stuff like that, it's just something beyond, I don't know, so fucking, and they couldn't figure out, well, at least the clip I saw, I mean, these parents weren't abusing her, it wasn't anything like that. Oh, and there, she had a friend come over too, after she killed the mother, she had a friend come over and said that she was gonna kill the boyfriend or whatever, and the friend was hiding in the backyard, because the guy got the gun from the 14-year-old hand, she ran out of the house and like jumped a fence or something. You see the friend then running behind her. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So not only did she do this, but she had a friend sitting in the backyard waiting for this to unfold. And there was no abuse or anything like that. It was just, I don't know, she was having problems with depression and was on some medication, and it was just the craziest thing.
Name of that? What's the name of that case?
I'm gonna see if I could find it right now. I remember the guy's name was Heath Smiley, so I'll find it for you.
Was it recent? Because I'd never heard of that. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think it was within the past few years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tragic. There was this case, I guess similar, like a daughter killed her parents. Well, had her parents killed. It was like a Canadian chick, Asian Canadian chick, under a very strict household where they pretty much like would disown her if she became unemployed, and they were on her ass about getting a good job. And she was living with her parents until like her early 20s, and she decided to kill them for insurance money.
Goodness. I'm putting an article to the story, but yeah, search for the YouTube video of the cameras in the house. This happened in 2024 apparently, so very recent.
Wow.
Yeah, but look for that video. It's just so creepy seeing this kid, like, you know, she just shot the mom and walks back to sitting on the chair, and you see her with the phone texting the guy, and oh my goodness. And she even like hums a little tune, like, I don't know, where it's just like, you know, it's just crazy.
Oh, I finished Task last night. It was good. It's definitely worth the watch.
It was? Okay. I'll have to get back into that one. That's not, oh, that's HBO, right?
Yep.
Okay. Because I canceled Netflix as well.
Yep.
Plus, Netflix was like the most expensive streaming service I had. I was like, why am I? Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, and I use Netflix the least, but I pay for it the most.
Exactly. Yeah. You know what I watched mostly is Acorn. It's British stuff, but like I like a lot of the British series, but that's what I watch the most of, and that's like $8 a month.
I'm just trying to pirate all this shit now, man. Go back to the old days.
Yeah, I've got too many. Well, some of them I get free through my cable service. It's included, but yeah, I've got too many, more than I actually watch.
I forgot what it's called. It's like Plex TV. Where it's free, pretty much. Yeah. We spent like a 15-year transition from paying for cable to paying for so many streaming services.
But you're still paying for cable. Yeah.
Well,
and they do it on purpose. Like none of them are all inclusive. Like, so that you have to pay for multiple ones.
Well, my cable's included with my HOA now, but honestly, I would just cancel the cable if it wasn't, because I still have the old DVR boxes, and they gave me like streaming boxes now. I haven't even hooked them up, so I can't watch the regular cable until I hook up the boxes, their boxes. And I haven't used it. This is like maybe 6 months now. So, but what was was I gonna say? Oh, my thing is though, I can't watch commercials anymore. Like I have Hulu with commercials because it was like 99 cents a month. I never watch Hulu because of the commercials. So I always have to get the plan commercial free, or I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, now the commercial free ones are extra. That's what they did to you. Netflix.
Yeah.
Used to be commercials.
Yep.
Now it's freaking $25 if you want no commercials.
What? Well, that's for I was paying $25 for the longest time, and apparently that's for like 4K, whatever. I don't even have 4K TV right now. It's like $15 with no commercials, and you'll be just fine with the $15 plan. But it's like they keep sending me things to come back. I guess it's $8 for the commercial plan. So it's like pay as little as $8. I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna watch sticky commercials. But yeah, I was paying $25 for the longest time for no reason apparently. So.
I started using, so I don't like to smoke weed in front of my husband, just because he doesn't smoke weed, I would hate for him to mess up with his work because we got secondhand time. So I use commercial breaks. Like maybe don't pay for that because let's use these commercial breaks for my smoke breaks in between severance or something, you know what I'm saying? And it worked out.
Okay, a lot of people are talking about Severance. What is Severance about?
Well, before anyone comes it's built into the narrative that
I'm gonna leave. I'll come back.
It's built into the narrative that it's mysterious, and the narrative slowly reveals more to you. So it's better if you go into it completely with no idea of what to expect. However, I will say it's gripping from the very first scene. It doesn't take any length of time at all before it gets interesting.
Isn't it on Apple or no?
Correct.
Yeah, that's why we weren't watching, or I wasn't, because it's on Apple. I don't have Apple. Oh, Apple is they're off. How long do you think, how many seasons is it that they're racing?
There's 2, and then the third one is, I want to say, coming out next year. So there's 2, and then the third one is in development.
I could do a free week of Apple and probably watch both seasons real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you'll want to. Yeah.
Oh. I got choked on a piece of sauerkraut, y'all.
Greatest show of all time, in you guys' opinion, like the greatest television show.
Greatest one. You know what?
Which one?
Golden Girls.
Oh, you're asking.
Golden Girls. I can still watch Golden Girls over and over, ones I've seen a million times, and it's still funny.
Isn't that a sitcom though? I mean, that's kind of.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's the point, you don't want to be a serialized sitcom.
Did you say series specifically or just television show?
Just television show in general. I don't know. That's a nice answer depending on your taste. Usually it's like the more serious TV shows. But then again, a lot of people have Friends as their favorite TV show. I never got Friends. Like, oh god.
Lowbrow. Did you ever watch Battlestar Galactica if you like sci-fi?
Oh my goodness, I love Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah. So good.
Great.
That's another show that, it's a weird order. I think technically the pilot is the first episode, but you have to make sure you watch the correct first episode, not what's listed as the first episode.
Yeah.
It's it's another show gripping from the first minute.
And it didn't get lame, right? At the end, I remember getting
It got weird. It didn't get lame, but the last 2 seasons got kind of weird, but still good.
Was that because they finally landed or something? Didn't they finally land on a planet or something? I can't, it's foggy, the end did less. Maybe I don't remember the end so much.
It was sort of like it got more philosophical with it.
Okay. Yeah. True Blood, I really, really enjoyed, and I rewatched it recently. Yeah, True Blood, I really enjoyed.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I'm with you. True Blood was great. Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Game of Thrones.
I love 6 Feet Under back in the day. That's one of my favorites.
That was the first show I ever binged. Yeah.
I liked Mad Men, and then that last part, I was like, man.
I really like Alan Ball. So Alan Ball's responsible for 6 Feet Under and True Blood and a lot of other stuff. And I pretty much American Beauty, the movie. I pretty much like anything that he screenplays, to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever seen an Alan Ball project that I didn't absolutely love. I just like his humor, I guess. Dark.
Thrones is the most disappointing thing I've ever seen. The last season is the most disappointing.
The last season of Game of Thrones.
Disagree, but that's well endlessly litigated.
Okay. I would say the last season of Game of Thrones, or any season other than the first one of Westworld.
Dexter, the whole season.
Westworld was an incredible first season, and then just went to absolute dog shit immediately. It was really sad.
I just heard somebody talking about Westworld too. Oh, it was on a podcast.
Well, the first season.
That's
the first season is incredible. The first season's amazing. It's a real simple problem. So the show, what's cool about the show itself? Hang on, I got my other inside. What's cool about the show is that these are humanoid robot things that are made, and then rich people can go to this Westworld, this place where there's all these robots there, and they look like regular people. And you can do whatever you want when you're in Westworld, right? So, like, the first season really takes advantage of the depravity of human nature. So basically, they're raping these women robots, and they're torturing some of the robots in front of the other robots, and like they're just ruthless at these robots. And I thought it was super gripping and super amazing to think about that, because that's pretty much what would probably happen. And then the second season, they immediately gave the robot self-awareness, and then from then on, it was robots fighting back. And I felt like they should have drug out the concept of how the humans use the robots way past the first season. They ended it way too quickly. Yeah, and then they drug 3 seasons out of the robots, which was lame. It got really dumb really fast. It was really disappointing. It was honestly as disappointing as the last season of Game of Thrones, which was a fucking joke.
There was this series.
But I hate when people say that, because the pacing was off, but that was it. I mean, as far as Daenerys finally raining hell upon King's Landing, it was incredible. And then the last storyline between Jaime and Cersei, there was.
No way, man. Brendan being the fucking end,
that wasn't very satisfying.
And frankly, Daenerys was completely out of character. Completely out of character. She was freer of people, freer of slaves, and then she goes and just starts wiping out civilians at King's Landing. Bullshit.
But her father was the
They made so many mistakes.
Her father was the mad king.
There wasn't enough of.
It didn't explain why she was mad. She didn't just flip out.
There was enough, right? There was enough of her personality sort of shifting, right? It was
right.
Now she's but yeah, that was.
True. The last season, it deserves all of its criticism, dude. It was horrendous. How they killed Cersei. I waited freaking how many seasons to see Cersei die, and then she gets just hit by shit over the top. Come on, man.
In a tragic love story with her brother, that was they say a great literary.
She needed to be fucking murdered. She didn't need to just have some freaking cave fall in on her.
Everything she did was for her kids. She loved her kids
And her brother. And they say a great literary ending is both tragic and yet unexpected. Both unexpected and yet inevitable. So I thought that was perfect for Cersei.
It's amazing.
They could have did it so better. They did it. It was like 6 episodes, right?
The pacing was off because the showrunners were done. They wanted a new job.
The dumb part was that they had characters doing what's outside of their fucking character arc after seasons of characters. And also the build up to the White Walkers. My God! And then they just they finally show up and boom, that's done. And then Arya kills it. It's so stupid.
It was one
It's like they rushed this.
How can you build up the White Walkers for like 5 seasons and kill them in one episode with Arya?
No one's ever changed that. That's why we've done this. Okay.
But you know what, Grayson, I don't have the same taste in shows because I think Severance is intolerable. I fucking tried so hard. I got through the entire first season, and it was brutal. It was like pulling teeth. I was like, can something please fucking happen here?
Yeah, it's more for like the hyper intellectuals. I get it.
No, it's not. It's like for you to say it's gripping from the beginning, dude. The first 3 episodes it drags on. It's like, what's the big secret? There is no fucking big secret. The secret is what the hell we're talking about.
Serendipity. Let her
No, see, you know you know how it works in the first damn second episode.
No, you don't. You still don't know at the end of the second season.
No, I don't, and I will never make it. I'll never find it.
I'm just excited. I've never ever been in a room or in a kind of conversation with someone who didn't hate the ending of Game of Thrones, so it's just always a pleasure to get to hear a hot take.
Yeah,
That's just a straight up bad call for you to not hate the end of the game.
Yeah, or that people justified people justified what Khaleesi did. It was just like, that didn't make any sense. Like I said, let's say
justified. I just said it was foreshadowed. It was both unexpected and yet inevitable.
I wasn't commenting on what you said.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm very sensitive.
You're literally the only person in the entire world probably thinks that season was okay.
I'm in the minority.
Everybody has.
It's like the worst thing ever written.
It was just, I'm so
But rightly so, because they did a disservice on like 7 fronts. They did a disservice of virtually every character arc. They did a disservice of wrapping it up too fast. They did a disservice of, not rewarding you with what you were waiting for in Cersei's death and all these things that you were kind of waiting for. They just
there were a lot. Remember that there were a lot of things that were not remember at the very beginning when that lady who had the mask, like a coin mask looking thing, and she came up to when Daenerys first came to, in her blue dress, after they let her into into the city, and then he tricked her by trying to take her dragons. Do you remember that very first one?
Yeah.
Do you remember the lady who came up to her and said some really cryptic thing about just something cryptic, and it was like that was never followed up on.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That could have been so interesting, and there were so many other things that were like, why was this even introduced? It just, why?
To be fair though, like with Game of Thrones, it's based off of the novels by George R.R. Martin, and he's famous for introducing so much shit that for it to be properly tied up, it would be almost impossible. He hasn't even finished the series himself, so stuff like that, I can't blame them. But at least the last season could have been the stuff they decided would be the finale could have been executed in a way that would have been
absolutely
good.
To give it all to Brendan was so goddamn lame. Goddamn. Seriously, are you fucking kidding? The stupid ass kid in the wheelchair that sees through a fucking crow gets the whole thing. Come on, he's the most boring character in the whole show.
Oh my god.
Everybody's rooting for Jon Snow, right? Someone wanted Daenerys to kind of win and take it. Dude, there were so many people that could have taken it, and they killed everybody off in a dumb way, and then they freaking gave it to Brendan. Oh god.
Derisive, I'm curious. So obviously you agree that the vast majority of people did not think the ending, the last season was good, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So do you? I'm just curious. To what end do you think? Is everyone wrong, or because I don't think everyone who thinks the season ended terribly was a Philistine. So I'm just curious how you reconcile your opinion being so different from the masses.
I mean, obviously you'll grant that appreciation of art is subjective.
Yes.
So I think that it was such an incredible production, and those production values held through the very end. I think the thing that everyone is so angry and hurt about is the pacing, which I agree is a valid criticism, but I don't think it really takes away for how incredible the story and production were overall.
That's interesting, because for me, I've debated like rewatching it, and then I don't, because I'm like, oh, I know how it ends, and I know it upset me so much, so I don't even want to rewatch.
I watched it 3 times through and read all the books. It's good.
So yeah, I don't think like the masses make something objectively good, but it's just like, I think there's got to be other ways that could. It's just such a famous example of like how something went from a cultural cornerstone where everyone was talking about the last episode of Game of Thrones to no one talking about the show ever, in a way that like people still talk about Lost or whatever, you know? So I just think it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, those 2 guys, the writers, those 2 guys that did it, they blew it, dude. I think they still haven't recovered from that shit. What do you think of House of the Dragon?
They rushed the project because they thought they'd be able to, like, off of the good reputation of being Game of Thrones directors, they'd get a gig in a Star Wars movie, essentially.
Right.
Or with a TV series, I don't remember. And the freaking last season of Game of Thrones was so shit that they had no more goodwill. And I don't think they've had a single, like, major production since. Like, they've done...
HBO rushed it because they started paying those characters too much money per episode, each one of them, and so they immediately decided to split it off and make it more lucrative to do multiple stories at once. So, I mean, HBO kind of forced them into it, and then they did a horrendous job of caring for it.
I heard HBO were cool with the amount of money. Like, they just, like... they had to make it like less seasons per certain amount of time. It was like 1 season for 3 years almost. But like still, I think it was the director's fault. That they could have done. That's what led it to become a shit.
The writers, not the director, the writer.
Writers.
They're all directed by different people. Most CA things.
It's the script was trash.
Like, I don't think I wouldn't blame the director for the last season or the last episode or anything like that. I mean, that's kind of where I agree with Derisive, is that the quality of it wasn't bad. The directing wasn't bad per se. It was a story. It was a writing. And the rushed aspect of wrapping up the stories too quick. You know what I mean? Like, it had good, the special effects were fine, the dragons freaking totaling the city were good. Like, all that shit was fine. Even though it's completely out of character for Daenerys, which really pissed me off.
Especially how hard. I'm having a hard time deciding what was the worst thing in that entire episode. Like, what was the worst thing in that season? There's so many bad things that I can't figure out what the worst.
I think the 2 worst things were giving it to Brendan and making Daenerys not act like herself. Those are my 2.
Okay.
I think that scene was really bad.
The funny thing is that you feel so passionately, and yet you're still saying her name wrong.
He's saying both of their names wrong, but that doesn't matter.
I know, but I just am like, it's Daenerys.
Daenerys, I added an extra syllable. That's all right. I also, Daenerys. Sometimes she says aluminium, and sometimes she says aluminum. She's England, so she says aluminium. So.
Oh, no, when you guys go ahead and argue as much as you want, I don't care.
In the novels, they usually refer to her as Danny, which they never do in the show.
Or Khaleesi.
Or she who loves to show her tits.
Well, the sexy.
Well, if I looked like that, I would too. Damn.
Also.
To be honest, she showed her tits so much, and by the end of the show, I was like tired of looking at her tits. I was like, I'm good. I'm fine. Like, they're not even hot anymore. It's like, look at my wife's tits. Like, there's too much of them.
Oh my God, your poor wife.
They did it too long. They drug out too long.
Do you know what a client said to me today on the phone? He said, man, I have the worst luck. He said, I could walk outside and it's raining tits and pussy and I'll get smacked in the face by a dick.
Gross. Funny.
though.
Wow.
Have you been watching? Has anybody ever watched that Game Monster on Netflix? I guess y'all bailed on Netflix, so you might not watch it.
Yeah.
Or what about the I want to get to the follow up for Wednesday. That Wednesday show.
That one, okay, so we can talk about Wednesday for a
That's so
second.
cute.
So I love Wednesday, but I'll tell you, the second season, it's too long. Like they should have cut it down some. Like I'm worn out. Like I haven't even finished it yet, and I'm like, oh god, I gotta keep going on it. Like I like it too. There's too many episodes. I don't fuck how many there are. There's got to be like, I don't know, 12 or some ridiculous amount.
What needs? What
12, you think is ridiculous? That's funny.
There's a lot of episodes of it. Like
What part of the story that needs to be wrapped up?
I think let me think what I don't like about it. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that actually. I just think the entire thing is just too slow, I guess maybe. At this point. I guess I don't like that one monster, the monster with the big eyes, the freaking big one or whatever. Like I'm not a big fan of that monster in particular, and they show a lot of him in the second season, so I'm kind of like, yeah.
No, I don't like him either.
Like he's kind of lame, and then they bring in his mom, and she's one too, and I'm like, oh god, I don't need more of him, right? And then they bring in Pugsley, and he's fine, but he's not particularly that great of a character either. And so I guess I like the simplicity of the first season where it was all about Wednesday, and then I think they just brought in too much stuff. They just brought in a lot of stuff. Like I think they had like 3 stories going on at the same time. They got the story about the zombie guy that Pugsley brought back to life.
Wednesday and Friends, but mostly Friends.
Yeah, I mean, there's an episode in there, strangely, where Wednesday switches bodies with her roommate. And so Wednesday becomes all colorful. Like she runs around being her, like with her energy and her color and stuff. Which is pretty hot, to be honest with you, because Jenna Ortega, when you see her like cute like that again, you're like, oh my god, look what I've been missing. I forgot, right? Like she's so dreary as Wednesday. I forgot how damn hot she is, you know? But then she gets all cute up, and she wears little like, you know, colorful sweaters and shit, and makeup, and, you know, pink cheeks and shit. And she's really cute, and I kind of enjoyed that concept of them flipping it for an episode. I mean, that's the one thing I'll say that I thought was kind of creative and interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I love the actress that plays the invisible person. I love the actress that plays the invisible girl. I think she's amazing. I really like that actress.
It's funny that you said that the 12 episodes is too much, because most series used to be over 20 episodes. Remember? And I was like, I missed that day. Now sometimes it's 6, 8. It's funny you said 12 is like way too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess pacing matters, right?
Sure.
Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. I just wish they could leave me hanging a little longer. I wish I could wait for another season. I wish it could just end and move on and give me some more, give me some other monsters without that stupid thing, that thing with the big eyes, whatever that thing's called.
Yeah, the Jekyll and Hyde. I don't care for him either. I thought it was going to be done by that.
Oh god, he's like the focus of it. It's like the whole thing is about him. It's really bad, that part of it.
I have been really loving this seeming, what I see as like a trend in Netflix and stuff, is like mini-series, where it's like, you get 8 to 10 episodes, and that's it, you know? Like a whole story that starts and ends, and it's just like, I don't know, I appreciate it, as opposed to shows where it's like, it just goes on from season to season to season to season, it never dies.
I like that too. What was that one with Jason Bateman? God, was it not Stranger?
Ozark?
No, the one that came after that. The one that was based on, oh god, what is it? Is it The Stranger? No. Oh my god, it's so good. It's like 7 episodes and it wraps up as well.
Was Jason Bateman interesting?
Yeah, it's really good. It's called, hang on, I'll look it up. Hold on 1 second. It's worth seeing.
Jude Law, is it? Jude Law too?
Jude Law.
I think he might have been in it. Yeah, hang on a second.
Yeah, I started
watching
and I
It's called, oh god.
You know, The Restaurant?
The Outsider. The Outsider, 2020. So, The Outsider. It's about this creature Oh, dude, it's so wicked. It's about this creature that murders kids, but the reason it murders kids is because it describes it in the show as the murder of the kids is the dinner, but the dessert is the grief that the parents and the community suffer over losing a child versus a regular adult. So it's wickedly deep and dark. It's really intense, and it's like 6 episodes or 7 episodes, and it ends. It's called The Outsider. It's really good, actually. It was a big deal when it came out. Everybody gave it a lot of good feedback.
I'm tired of those kinds of dark, troubling shows. Oh my
That's the
god.
state of America, man.
I know, we need something else. Like, bring back musicals. And not the, again,
Don't bring back musicals.
dystopian musicals.
La La Land did it for me.
No, not like La La Land. I'm talking about like old school musicals that are even to the point of being campy and cute, fun.
I really don't like.
That's what they did during the Depression. Huh?
My girlfriend took me to the theaters and we saw Wicked. I did not know it was a musical until I sat down and heard the first.
Oh my god. Wait, which one?
That you cannot blame anyone but yourself for that one.
That's
I
true.
do not know Wicked is dreadful.
I didn't hear which one you said.
Wicked.
Oh. What was
You know what? I hate musicals, but I liked Wicked. I actually was surprised by it. I wasn't surprised, but I hate musicals typically.
My dad and his.
I was like Moulin Rouge, and that's another musical that
I hated that one at first, and now it's one of my favorites.
I really like it. Yeah. But I do hate musicals. I really do. I'm not a fan.
But they're also different, you know? There's like pop.
Smaller Broadway is nice. If you get off of the mainstream musicals, smaller Broadway's for
me.
I think I would like a musical in real life, no matter what it was, just because it's actual performers. But watching a musical on television on a movie is boring as fuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so fun. You go with like your wife, or you go with a group of friends or something. You do a couple shrooms before.
Oh my god. Do you remember anything on that?
Yeah, musicals.
Yeah.
On a screen versus in person is a totally different experience.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I didn't. Yeah, I concur. There was like Chicago. I hated the musical, but the movie was amazing.
Oh.
I feel like there was like a cultural moment in like 2010 where they were doing a ton of like TV musicals where they would get like famous people, you know, like
the live ones where they would do them live.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
That was a nice little cultural moment for a minute there.
What was that musical with Hugh Jackman? That one was decent. The Showman, I think, or whatever. Like
There was Showman, but
I didn't hate that. I didn't hate
a bunch of them.
I wasn't a huge fan.
What about Sweeney
I didn't
Todd?
like it.
You like Sweeney Todd?
Sweeney Todd, yes.
It is so dark. I can only watch it. Like, I'm glad I saw it once, and I did not like Johnny Depp or Helena Bonham Carter, because I'm like, why did they pick bad singers? Why? Like, it could have been. They did a great. Yes, they can act and everything, and yes, we get it. It's a good decision. The same with the Mamma Mia ones. You know, the woman is supposed to be 40. She's supposed to be like 40 years old, but they've cast Meryl Streep, and no shade to her because hello, Meryl Streep. But like Meryl Streep is like over 60, and it didn't make any sense. And it made me so mad.
What do you mean? What do you mean it didn't make sense?
Because the storyline is that she got pregnant at a very young age. So 20 years later, she's 40. But Meryl Streep's character is over 60. And so are her two friends. And it didn't make sense because the decisions that you make when you're 30 are not going to be the ones you make when you're 20. You know the story?
Okay.
Okay.
What movie was that one?
Mamma Mia.
Oh,
So
God,
good.
nothing.
It's an ABBA. The ABBA one was so good. I mean, I liked ABBA music, but just the way that they, and I really honestly, I was like, how are they going to make all this work together and make it make sense? And it's absolutely adorable. I prefer the stage one over the movie. It's great. The movie is great, and everybody does a great job, but the
Remember
musicals.
Priscilla
I saw it. I think it was really
You
good.
saw it on stage?
I used to, when I lived in New York, I saw a lot of shows, yeah.
Ah, that's amazing. I wish I had seen it.
You know, with show just closed down, Phantom of the Opera after so many years.
Yeah.
They just stopped. Yeah.
I think everyone in the whole world has seen it. I saw that once on Broadway.
Yeah. I saw it once upon a time, too. I think the last one I saw was Kiki Boots was the last show I saw.
How was that? Was that
It's
good?
really fun. It's really fun. I took my mother. So fun.
Did you see the movie? Because the movie was good, but
I did not see the
musical
movie.
was so much fun. Okay.
But it was such a fun show.
I'm so
My mom
happy to
had
hear
seen
that.
it.
Yeah, I wanted to see Vera. Did you see? I wanted to see Oh Mary, and I wanted to see Seven, Six.
Nine. Oh, six. Yeah, how did you like that? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've heard some of the music, and it just kind of sounds like it's very repetitive. And okay, here's a big disappointment that I had to see Little Women. I love that story, and I love the characters, and the musical just went on and on and on, and there was no big. Oh, it was so awful. I feel so like a traitor. It's terrible, but it was so horrible. It was like the worst musical.
Did you like the movie with Winona Ryder back in the day?
Which one?
That was
Oh, yeah, that was good.
with Winona Ryder. Did you like it?
Oh, sure, that one was good. Yeah.
I didn't even know it was a Little Women musical. I thought it was just a play.
It was so horrible. It's so terrible. I don't even know how I don't know how the actors actually memorize the songs because they don't sound alike. What's another one that was really? Spring Awakening was cute. That one was. It grew on me, especially when I found out that all the performers were actual teenagers, and I really liked that because who better to portray teenagers and their youthful transgressions than actual teenagers who have the chops to sing all that. Oh God, it was really beautiful. It was a little. It was sad, but it was beautiful. I wouldn't see it again.
The last time that we were in New York City, we saw A Strange Loop, which was like a new.
What's that?
It was like a new one. I don't even know if it's still running, but it was pretty good. It's definitely like a little on the woke side, you know, like it's a black gay young person and just kind of like his relationship with his mom and like how he reconciles like the relationship he has growing up, right, where it's like you're a young fat gay black person and then you get like fetishized and like all this other stuff. So and it was, I don't know, it was good. I enjoyed it.
I'd like to see that. I like seeing perspectives. That would be interesting.
Vera, did you ever see?
Okay, you're gonna kill me. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Did you ever see War Wars?
No. Is it still playing?
I don't know. It was playing when I lived there, but it was really good. It was heartfelt. Yeah.
It was really fun. Oh my God.
I saw American Idiot, and everyone loved that, and I thought it was kind of silly, and I do like Green Day.
I saw that too. I thought it was also kind of like it was cheeky. It was just, I don't know. I liked Green Day before the British accents.
I wanted to see the one that was based on Alanis Morissette's music.
Oh yes, that one. What was that called? Oh my God.
Oh, Jagged Little Pill.
Jagged Little Pill. That's what it is. Jagged Little Pill. Jagged Little Pill.
I want to hear that music. Oh my God.
I have that on vinyl. I love that album. That's my favorite album.
Oh. Yeah. her stuff.
I was watching, I think it was the documentary on the Lilith Fair, and they were saying people think that women only make the music when they're unhappy, and when they're happy, they don't make good music anymore. And well, Alanis Morissette, I mean, that was my favorite album person. It was pretty angry.
Yeah, Lilith Fair, that was in the 90s, right? I remember doing a little bit of just kind of research just here and there on it, just trying to see what it's about. But I really enjoyed Jewel's set when she was singing. She was just, she's so magical. I love Jewel.
Oh, I love her voice. She did, she was in a rendition of, she was in a show, it's like a miniseries based on The Man in Black. Hello, why am I not thinking of it, of his
Well, just back to Lilith Fair, yeah, she wasn't super popular then, and she was like, I can't believe everybody's coming to see me, and like they want to sit through my set, you know?
Really?
It was pretty cute, yeah. She wasn't, she wasn't really big at that point yet.
Do you remember in Austin Powers when Dr. Evil went back in time and was playing piano and was trying to convince everyone that he had written songs that he hadn't, that songs that were later going to be written in the future. So he's playing the piano. What if God was one of us? But he says, I wrote that, you know.
You gotta see, I enjoyed this film. It's called, oh my God, I can't remember. Anyway, this guy, he wakes up in a world where nobody knows who the Beatles is, and he starts playing Beatles music, and they think he wrote it, because for some reason, nobody knows the Beatles. And that just reminded me of that, but I can't remember the name of it. I think it's a Beatles song is the name of it. But, yeah, it was pretty good.
Was it one of the Beatles movies, like A Hard Day's Night?
No. It's this Indian actor, tell something. Hamish Patel something. But yeah, no, it's just, it's not.
Yeah, I saw that movie on, I think, Netflix or something. I didn't watch it, but I thought it was an interesting premise.
It was cute. I liked it. And I'm not a Beatles fan. I just thought the movie was cute.
You know which musical I'm so glad that they made it, and it's really good. It's just not what the hype of it was obnoxious. In my opinion, is Friends. I get it. We're all struggling artists. There's disease and shit. God.
It was the original woke show.
You know, when I saw that as a revival, that I was so glad that I actually saw, because I just poo-pooed it, and I shouldn't have, maybe, because you see all these particular musicals done by high school, and it's like, ugh, but it shouldn't actually be done by high school. I don't think it's not an appropriate one, because they just won't understand. I mean, I guess it's educational, but
which show?
Just cannot portray is Rogers Hammersmith's. The brain is not working very well today.
It's yesterday, by the way. Somebody is interested yesterday.
Yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Some kind of wonderful. What is some kind of Some Enchanted Evening? What is that one from? It's a 1950s music.
What'd you say? Which one is it?
The musical, Some Enchanted Evening.
I can't recall.
it's from South Pacific. Why couldn't I think of that? The musical is called South Pacific. And I just was like, yeah, whatever, it's old, and it's like, you know, cheese balls. But no, it was so good because it was like, it wasn't even the romance that was interesting. It was like everything else. We had a pilot who was flying to his doom, and it was about the native Filipino peoples and how they were becoming their struggle with the European or the American world, and it was so many things. It wasn't just that one. Boy meets girl, they go fall in love, and whatever. And here's the musical. It's very sad.
I like cabarets and shit too.
Yeah.
There was this one time. Well, like very like underground people. One of my husband's best friend, his wife, did a cabaret where she's played in multiple Broadways, like short or traveling Broadway shows. So she's done like different Disney characters, like the Disney princesses and shit. So she's so cute. So one day she did cabaret, a Disney princess cabaret. So it was just the funnest thing because she puts personality to it. It was just so funny. Like, I love shit like that. There was this one time when I first moved to New York City, I took some friends somewhere. We're just all hanging out, and this woman approached us. Long story short, she invited us to this cabaret. We got really cool. Invited us to this cabaret. We're like, yeah, we'll go. She was the one doing the cabaret, and she would put on these different costumes, and it's just like the funnest shit. Her name was, what is it? Her name was like, it was like, fuck, what was her fucking name? It was like Dolly something, Dolly Gertrude, and you know, the Gertie Doos, and she had like a backup of 3 gay boys that would like do gay cabaret in the back. It was just,
oh, fun.
I love good.
I love that. Yeah, I like those. That would be fun because then you can really enjoy what they're really into and immerse their voice.
It reminds me of. Yeah, right. It reminds me. It makes me imagine myself in the times of like Liza Minnelli. You know what was going on, what she was doing, and just kind of performing her cabaret sets and scenes, or who's the woman who did these other fabulous cabaret. I mean, Cher used to have something like that where she would dress up and do things with other artists.
Oh yeah, yes, variety shows, not a
variety shows. Yeah, variety shows.
I would totally go see shows like how they did back Bette Midler, if Bette Midler, she would do variety shows.
Exactly like that, and even older than that, with these fabulous glam artists of the 60s and early 70s. So
you know what? I was mesmerized by the Robert Mandrell show, and good night. And I looked back, like when I was a kid, I was mesmerized. And it was only until the invention of the internet that I was like, I gotta see that again. That I got to see it again. And I'm like, what the heck was I so gaga about? Because I don't know why I was so excited about it. It's just really weird how when you're younger, certain things have such an appeal, and then now it's like, why did I like that so much? It's so weird. Like Lisa Frank, I know this is not musical, but Lisa Frank, and I just loved it when I was in middle school. Why? And I look back now and I'm like, I don't know why I liked it. Lawrence Welk show. I like that. That one, even though it's cheesy balls.
I like Saturday Night Live skit with Kristen Wiig when they do the Lawrence Welk show with their tiny hands catching balloons. With their tiny hands catching balloons. You've never seen that skit on Saturday Night Live?
That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, you have to Google it. Do Kristen Wiig tiny hands SNL. It's really, really great. It's a Lawrence. They did a Lawrence Welk spoof.
Okay.
I guess this is the end of this room, eh?
Yeah, you can close it if you want to. That was fun. I'm just doing some work, so. Oh my God. Sorry.
Me too.
I mean, you can keep it open. I don't feel like you need to, but yeah, close it if you want. Ta-ta, Mr. Leon.
I'm working too, putting in a drop ceiling.
Oh my gosh. So like the metal part and everything, the metal grid?
Yeah, I'm doing the
Wow.
frame right now that it sits all up against the walls.
Oh my goodness.
So you start on the walls and you put the frame around it like an even level, like not in my case 9 feet. And then you hang it on the wall, and so then you got like a little ledge all the way around your wall. And then you have beams along the top, and then you hang wires from the beams.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take a long strip, which is like the main run of the part where the tiles sit on. You know, you got several of those every 2 feet apart, right? Because your tiles are 2 feet by 4 feet. So the main runs are 2 feet apart. And then you got these little cross pieces that go every 4 feet the other direction just to kind of hold the tile ends properly. But initially, you basically run your long beams perpendicular to the main, like, beams in your building. So whatever those are going, you go perpendicular and you run these long beams and you hang them on the wires. It's kind of rewarding because when you get up there, once you cut the long thing to the right length, wall to wall or whatever that is, then you get up there and you like hang one on the wire and then you put the level in there and you're like, okay, so it's sagging a little bit, so I need to just tighten the wire up a tiny bit more. So you pull a little bit tighter, and then once you get the wire just right, then you wrap the wire on itself, right? And it kind of locks it in place. And then you just go down the line, just next wire, next wire, next wire, you just check your level each time. And once it's all hanging, all the grid's hanging, you can't really mess the grids up because they have other cross pieces that are in between that go the other direction that kind of make them the perfect space apart from each other, basically. So, and then you just stick your tiles in there. It's very rewarding, actually.
You know the trick of slicing the side to bevel it so you can stick it in and the tile itself?
No, not really. It makes sense though. So that's the thing. If say your ceiling joists are like kind of low in the room, if you hang them too close to the joist that they're hanging from, if you don't have more than like a good 12 inches there, then it gets really tricky to get the ceiling tile
tiles into place because they have to go up at an angle before they pop into place or whatever. So what you're talking about sounds like it would be really helpful when you don't have a lot of space. If you have a lot of space above the ceiling, then you just stick them up through the hole and you just drop them down. You know what I mean? But like if you don't have a lot of space above them, then beveling the edges of them would super help to like fit them up in to the place when you can't actually like shove them up first. You know what I mean? Because you got to kind of put them at an angle at first, right? So they drop back down into place. And if you don't have a lot of space, I gave myself 12 inches on this one to like get them up before the beam. So you basically want your ceiling as high as you can, probably. But you also want to make sure you have enough space to put those damn tiles in, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Like, you know how when you put it in and you try to hang it and then it just doesn't quite fit. It's just like, to make it lay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so if you bevel it on the texture side.
Okay.
Yeah. When you stick it up and then you allow gravity to do its magic.
Yeah.
It grips. Good night. It grips the side where it's beveled, and then it'll just naturally flatten out.
Like fall in place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice, because sometimes you get it where you can't get one to sit in place right, and so I have to go like 2 away from it and pop that one, and then kind of reach over and shove it down from the top, and then like hope that the next one goes in right. Eventually you get one that falls in, you know what I mean? Like I've had to go like 3 deep before where it's like they're just not falling in each one of them, and it's like, God damn it, so you go to the next one and you pop it up, and you push down on the top.
And it took me an hour to get the ones, and I'm like, and then I saw the stupid, it was like, somebody had the razor and they went zip, 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 like on all 4 sides, and I'm like, why didn't somebody tell me about this stuff? No.
Like that secret, that's a perfect secret.
Yes. God.
Yeah, my boss is like super, he's super picky about like how good I do things, so I don't have to work, I can work as slow as I want. Like if I get it just right, then like I don't have to rush. I can just kind of dig around. He doesn't care.
That is perfect. He knows that. That's probably why he's so wealthy. He's like, do it right or don't freaking do it.
Right. Like really, like he does not care how long it takes. You know what I mean? As long as you're not sitting on your ass doing nothing. I don't care if you're sleeping on the floor, whatever you're doing. As long as you're doing something, he's not going to question it, which is really nice. And it's nice because I'm older now, at 51, it's like I kind of need that. I don't need somebody busting my balls every day at that age. It's exhausting,
Well, it's also, you were wise enough to understand that it's counterproductive to what the end result's going to be. So what are you doing? Like, why are you rushing me? Like, what? Because you want to crank out like it's a machine?
Oh, yeah. I had this other job where they were rushing me like that all the time. And I was doing low voltage installs, installing security systems, and I was up in the attic of this place, and they're rushing us all the time. And I just stepped between the beams and put my foot through the ceiling. And they lost their fucking mind, right? And then they're like, all I have to do is fix the drywall, it's not that big of a deal, but he lost his mind, and then he immediately sent me out for a drug test. Immediately flipped out. Drug test because I caused damage or whatever. And I was smoking weed back then, so not when I was on the job, but I was a weed smoker. And he sent me for a draw. He's like, you put your foot through the ceiling, you ain't go for a drug test right now. Go find this place. He gave me his address by where I lived or was working. And so there was another guy with me. I'm like, can I borrow your car? And he's like, yeah, because they didn't want to take my van because they could track it. And I drove to this head shop on the way. Like I basically found a head shop that was not really too far away. That if they looked at GPS, it wouldn't look that weird. And bought some fake pee in there, like real quick, and then I stopped by Panera and got hot water because it had to be warm. And I did all that on my way to this test, and then I got to the test, and the pee was already at temperature it needed to be, and it was in a bag on my strapped it to my leg, and I went in there and tested and passed. And I know that he was like, okay, so this guy I brought into work with me, he let me pick this assistant, and the guy that I liked, he's a real stoner. I'm not a real stoner. This guy was a real stoner, but he was a good worker, and I liked him. So I picked this guy to be with me. Well, because we were like the 2 guys that were like kind of like he just thought we were smoking weed. He was pretty sure of it. I know when
when he did that test, he thought he was gonna nail me. And when I didn't test positive, I'm sure he was like, what the fuck, right? Like, I know that he was just like, what in the hell? How could this be possible, you know? Because it takes forever to leave your system. When I finally stopped smoking, I tested myself after 6 weeks, and I still tested positive. It took over 2 months for me to have a clean pee. Almost 3. So it takes a long time to leave your system. When you finally stop.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love not doing it now. I definitely should quit sooner.
It's just not worth it to me. I've always worked jobs where I had to be tested. I just was okay with it because it's just the line of work that I do.
Like they weren't okay with it? What do you do?
No, they weren't. No, I just that they always test for it, so I like it because to me it's just one more validation of I'm dedicated to do this job. Let's go. You know. Right. I am. Yeah, like it. I don't know that. No, the more employable I am, the better off throughout. I want to be as employable as possible.
Right, that makes sense.
Because I didn't have a specialty, you see. So I always did office work, but I didn't do anything. Like I wasn't paralegal. I didn't do I didn't have an accounting certificate. I didn't do, so I did office work, but it was not specialized where it's in high demand.
So you felt replaceable if you weren't like reliable?
I still feel, I think anybody's replaceable. And I like that because I worked with, 20 years ago, I worked with a lot of people who, they did not need to be around people. Awful people. And I think a lot of people, there's been a lot of people who are like, they don't care how you can be the best employee, like you can be the best salesperson or whatever, but if you're awful to work with, they'll take an average person over high maintenance.
That's true.
Douche canoe.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I have to be with you for 40 hours a week. Give me the middle player because I can't stand this person. I don't care how good. We'll work with, but we can improve the work. We can't improve the douche canoe. Especially if said douche canoe doesn't want to improve. I've gotten cranky as I've gotten older too. I have to keep my temper. I'm surprised I was actually not let go a while ago. I had a terrible week and I should have gone to the doctor because I got the day before. Okay, bye.